Murch in for another birdie. She is on fire here at the World Championships.
Kristen has a huge hill to climb after one round.
Wow. When you're hot, you're hot. Double digits under par today with a 3-shot lead over Kat Murch. She is the early front runner at the World Championships. It's a spectacular morning here in Virginia for day 2 of the PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Zuka. We are in Lynchburg, Virginia, and we today are at the Innova course at Ivy Hill Golf Club just outside of Lynchburg. And a whole new challenge for our FPO field as they take the course for round number 2. Our leader after one, Holland Handley, who put together a 10 under, 1034 rated sparkling round number 1. And she is ready to tackle a course that seems to suit her game. So we get another overhead look of the property. That building right there, that's where we're sitting, as we welcome you now inside that building and inside of our broadcast booth. Good morning, everybody. Alongside the Hall of Famer Valerie Jenkins, I am Charlie Eisenhood. And Val, it was a fascinating day 1. Kristen really struggled. Holland looked fantastic. We got a lot of people still in the conversation, playing all kinds of different styles. What did you make of what we saw yesterday?
Yesterday was a fun start to Worlds because I feel like in the woods, you have to have your players that are completely focused. They have to be patient. They have to score well. And I think that really started to shake things up right from the beginning. Now we head over here to the golf course. And this is no typical golf course. It's going to require so much power, but a lot of accuracy. There's a lot of OB here. Every
single hole is about the OB. And it's a lot about hitting landing zones, shot making. We will get into it as we go through it. Let's take a look at what we saw yesterday from Holland Handley. She had a little bit of a slow start, only one birdie in the first 6 holes, but this really seemed to get her going. Hole 7, the shot of the day yesterday.
Most incredible drive that we saw on this hole, past the obstacle trees in the fairway. She went for the upshot, got the eagle.
And then on hole 9, in good position off the tee, this upshot in 2 left her looking at a second eagle for the round. She was the only player to eagle hole 7 or hole 9, and so she jumped up the leaderboard there and kept it rolling in the back 9.
She was just hitting her lines all day long. She had a lot of very accurate shots that gave her short putts, but then if she was forced to scramble or save herself with a putt, she did it. And I think she even surprised herself at moments where, yeah, that's exactly what I meant to do or wanted to do, and it worked out.
Well, it's been a slow and steady upward march for Holland, and you can take a look here at how she has progressed throughout her career. And this doesn't even list tour wins. Getting the win here in 2024, just won at Ledgestone, of course won at Throw Pink last year. And so she's kind of been making this climb. Do you feel like she's ready for a World's victory?
I think she has fought her way to get into this position where she has the best possible chance. I think always that first big win, her Throw Pink championship title, that's what was her breakthrough. She now realized, okay, I could fight through nerves. I could go against the best in the world and I can come out on top. And now this year coming out with several Disc Golf Pro Tour wins, she is really developing that experience as a champion.
She's showed her ceiling the last couple of years. 3rd place finishes at the last 2 Worlds. But this is unfamiliar territory, playing as the leader and the front runner at the World Championships. And perhaps even more unfamiliar is what we saw yesterday from Kristen. And she really struggled on day number 1. She's typically in first place at the World Championships. In fact, she's literally been in first place each of the past 10 rounds at Worlds.
incredible. I mean, Kristen has been our best player for several years now, and the fact that she was coming into every round at the World Championships these last 2 years that she ended up winning, she was the leader. Today, she has to fight her way back. She's down on the 7th card.
21st place at the start of today's round, and she finished over par yesterday on a day where lots of players were under par. And we're going to take a look at what she's done so far today as she tries to have her bounce back round. And so we're going to take you through almost all the shots that she's had so far. Here's hole number 1 at Ivy Hill.
Yesterday's round, it was an early release connecting with one of the first trees. Today, a sigh of relief with a very pinpoint accurate shot using that elevation to her advantage.
This is prime position on the left side because you can go forehand baskets on this left side. She would go on to make the birdie putt, so she gets off to a great start. And then on hole 2, inside the circle looking at a birdie. Back-to-back birdies to start for KT. We go to the 3rd. R4.
She really has to get this drive dialed in.
It's a great spot to be. Now the upshot. This is pushing a little too far left, and that takes a big skip off the wet fairway, and it goes out of bounds. So she's got a long putt back to save par. Well, that's a good sign if you're a Kristen fan. So she saves the par on 3. We go to 4.
Throwing over hazard. Anything short of those hay bales is considered a hazard. And she hits the hay bales. So from there, she'll take a 1-stroke penalty and have to try and make about a 25, 30-foot putt.
And the putter is hot early for Kristen. So she's 2 down through 4. And we go to the 5th.
Over the water, Opie on the left, right in the middle of the fairway.
So we're going to skip her second shot. This is her 3rd shot on the par 5. And the question is, did that punch through safe? Looks like it did not. So this is her 5th shot. So now she's looking at a bogey at best. So for the bogey, she's in. So putter still looking good for Kristen, but some adversity, still missing the lines a little bit after a couple of really nice opening holes.
And what we saw from her yesterday, she was a little off, doubting herself a little bit, but today, even with a little misstep, she's able to recover, and I think that's going to be a good advantage out here today.
All right, we're going to send it down now to the 3rd member of our team. Nate Perkins is on the ground, and he's with the PDGA's Danny Voss. Good morning, Nate.
Hey, good morning, Charlie and Val. Pleasure to be joining you guys on the broadcast. And Danny, we've got an amazing setting at hole 1 here at Ivy Hill, but I wanted to ask you and the PDGA what you feel like the difference is between the experience of maybe a Junior Worlds, Am Worlds, or a Pro Worlds.
Totally, yeah. So obviously the competitors make a huge difference, but from a branding and consistency perspective, we're really striving to make Am Worlds represent that next step to Pro Worlds, and so we're trying to make things as similar as possible, and we're working and striving to get there. I think that we're really hitting our stride, especially this year, and Pro Worlds being the last World Championship of the year right now is really kind of putting a good punctuation on that effort. So yeah, I'm really excited for the rest of the show this week, and it's really going to be like that capstone for the series.
And Danny, a real quick reminder before this chase card tease, when are those bids due for 2025 and 26 majors?
Yeah, the next round of major bids are due October 1st. Masters Worlds outside of the U.S., that'd be great. We have Pro Worlds next year in Finland. That's really exciting. But, Pro Worlds doesn't have to be the only one outside of the U.S. So get those bids in if you're watching at home and, you're out there in Europe or somewhere else. Like, put in that bid. Let's get some, representation globally. Let's do it. It's going to be great.
Thanks so much for the info, Danny. Back to you guys in the booth. Charlie, let's enjoy the show.
Let's go.
And thank you so much, Nate and Danny. It's a look at Arcana current conditions. Low 60s right now. Just absolutely beautiful in the mornings here.
It has been perfect. The temperatures have been very mild. You never know what to expect on the East Coast in August when you have the World Championships, and today it is just ideal out there.
It feels a little bit like fall when you come out of your house in the morning. And, hey, Starbucks released pumpkin spice lattes today, so I don't know.
Too soon.
I agree. I actually agree. It's after Labor Day, please. Holland Hanley sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Kat Murch had a great day yesterday as well.
She did. She was our early leader in the clubhouse. It was fun to watch Kat's game kind of start to click again. We thought the momentum from winning out at Jonesboro a few years back would carry her through, but it's been a pretty slow career since then. So it's nice to see her competing again.
And first on the deck, she's the 5-time FPO World Champion from Pensacola, Florida, Paige Pierce.
Let's go!
A fantastic performance from Paige in yesterday's round. Looking back to that champion form, what would it be for Paige Pierce to win her 6th world title? Sitting at the top of the second card.
Yeah. Ideal.
Yeah, perfect place to be there on that left
And
side.
next, from Pirkala, Finland, Evelina Solanen.
Let's go! Evelina was 6 under through 16, gave a couple back on 17 and 18.
From Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon.
Great look at the drive from our Flight Factory drone. That is just fine for Missy Gannon.
And from Abilene, Texas, Emily Weatherman.
Let's go, Emily. Note that Flight Factory is celebrating the 2024 World Championships with 20% off all Calvin Heimberg discs, apparel, and accessories. So a excellent start for the chase card on this very scenic hole number 1. We're going to send it down now back to Nate, who's walking and talking with Paige Pierce. Nate?
Paige, just how nervy is that opening tee shot? It kind of looks like it's hard to really judge how far downhill you're throwing.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to go way out wide because I know the more into the flight, the more it's dumping off to the left. I also want to challenge that left side because it makes the second shot easier, but aiming towards the left is obviously scary when we know it's finishing left as well.
Well, Paige, the putters were flying true yesterday. You threw a lot of them out there at New London Tech, but a lot of drivers out here. Is that difficult to kind of make that transition?
Yeah, I guess so, but you know, it's just a completely different course where the long drives are going to benefit you. So I'm throwing my drivers super well right now, and I'm really excited to just put that to the test today and watch them bomb, have a distance off with Evelina. So it's going to be a fun day.
All right, Paige, thanks so much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, it's going to be an entertaining round, I think, and Paige is sounding more confident than we've heard her in a long time. Here's Kristen on the 6th. And out of bounds again for Tatar. So after a strong start, has started to get a little bit off and not even going to try to save the par with danger behind, settling for the bogey.
There are some holes out here where you almost have to assume you're going to go out of bounds. So which side of the fairway is going to be the best to take your next shot? There is just so much out of bounds on every single hole.
Well, every player is going to go out of bounds at some point today. That's what this course is designed to do. You see, we got to scroll all the way to the 3rd page of the leaderboard here to find Kristen there. Currently sitting at 1 over.
After 2 birdies to start her round, following it up with the 2 bogeys on the last 2 holes, she has only climbed up a 1 spot.
Oh, nice. Come on,
Scary to throw a backhand over this OB. And she is not going to advance much. See her drop her disc. She's going to be back there again.
It's a big mistake. Weatherman.
There is a different strategy that you have to take being so far on that right side. Evelina's over here as well, and she's got the backhand and the forehand, so it'll be interesting to see which route she'll end up taking. This is low out of Missy's hand. It had enough power to climb the hill. We haven't seen too many skips just yet. The ground is very wet. There's still a lot of dew out here on this golf course. That low ceiling is just forcing the players to throw so low. It's tough for them to climb the hill.
Well, we heard Paige say that
Yeah, okay.
it's nice to be on this left side. You can see the basket.
Touching up there.
So Paige is calling a provisional, but we clearly saw it never went back in. Good shot from Paige.
That's scary. I mean, you can imagine her throwing that shot several times, making an error, not bringing it back in bounds with the backhand.
Kristen on 7.
OB is very close on the left. You can't see it from here, but that hill is very steep, so it's nice to see the disc landing on the hillside.
Furry friends having a nice time. A lot of people looking to find that dog inside them today at Ivy Hill. We'll be back.
My relationship with Suga, it's just like a family. Sometimes they just surprise send me things I'm not even know. When I arrive home, boom, the box.
Such a great product, and Zuka's always there for me whenever I need anything.
After every tournament, I get a call. No matter the results, they're always there supporting me.
They have so many different things that can be a solution for a disc golfer.
That was really one of the main reasons why we partnered, is because I wanted the best of the best.
How do they know I want that? I'm like, duh, that's how the family thinking about you.
Official merchandise of the 2024 PDGA World Championships. A wide array of apparel items and gear celebrating the biggest competition in the sport. Shop the entire collection on shopledgestone.com.
Beth at 69.
I just told myself, you just got to will this one in there. Whatever you have, just will it in there.
This man is unbelievable. This is what athletes live for. This is the moment.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
The United States Disc Golf Championship. A tournament with history unmatched in the disc golf world.
Oh,
you bet!
Colin Hanley is on fire.
Talk about giving the crowd a show. What a performance from Kyle Klein.
Gannonberg, this kid is unbelievable.
TeamDiscraft.com, your ultimate destination for exclusive player-inspired releases, collaborations, and collections. Discover limited edition discs, apparel, and accessories you won't find anywhere else. TeamDiscraft.com brings you the gear you need for the ultimate fan shopping experience. Don't miss out on these one-of-a-kind items. Shop today and rep your favorite team.
My Zuka car is most helpful because it allows me to carry a massive amount of discs. My backups have backups, and I can fit all of that in my cart.
The putter pouch, that's definitely my favorite feature. Slick, holds everything that I need in there.
The room and the things that I can carry on the course in the Zuka fits me perfectly. I'm not the tall person right here. I like the handle. It can be up and down. That's my point right there. All I have to do is just thinking about what I'm gonna birdie.
The 2024 World Championships are presented by the PDGA, the professional association for all disc golfers, and Zuka, disc golf carts for a better game.
10 years of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Do not miss out on exclusive gear, commemorative discs, and more. Shop the DGPT 10th Season Collection now at the DGPT Pro Shop. Highlights include the 10th Season Supporter Box, special stamped discs, limited edition apparel, and more. You can scan the QR code or go to dgpt.com/shop. Well, an interesting start to round number 2 here at Ivy Hill. So we take a look at hole number 2, the par 3.
You're going to see a lot of elevation out here on this golf course, and this hole climbs uphill the whole way. You can see on the course map there's OB on that right side, and so for our backhanded players, they're going to bring it out wide to the right, but then you have to make sure you're picking a perfect spot in the sky that you're aiming for so that it lands and spikes next to the basket. This basket's surrounded by OB. And it comes in within, I'd say, 20 feet on the left side of the basket.
For this hole, can you move just over to the right? Thank you. More? Even more.
You want to be like, as long as you can see, but it's like it sucks to aim at somebody, you know?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
No, we got you. More than that?
I think that's
good? I'm not in. Okay. Thank you.
So this is, again, one of those holes where you're more than likely going to find OB, but you want to make sure it's going to be on the left side so that you can take your spot way up the fairway.
It's close to the line.
I
Looks
think
like
that's
it ended
OB.
up OB, yeah.
Evelina's going straight at the pin as well and gets a big skip. Barely, barely in bounds.
Birdie putt coming up.
So this probably plays at least 400 feet. That slight elevation gain and the route that players need to take.
Great shot from Missy.
Paige going the widest of our group, and it's perfect. Nicely done from Paige. I could give her all the reasons to be scared of the OB after what happened on hole 1, but she knows that you need to throw it out wide and right to land perfectly in the middle.
Take a look on the Zuka replay of this drive from Pierce. Just a little bit of turn, and you really can't ask for a better tee shot. To the 7th. Kristen for birdie. Well, that gets her back under par on the round and to even for the tournament. She's tied for 18th. She's got work left to do. Our lead card getting ready to go. They'll tee off in 3 minutes. Holland Handley in the lead. Cat Murch 3 strokes back.
Talk to the guys and just tell me I'll handle it for you, and you focus on your game, focus on yourself. Hey everyone, James Conrad here with Team MVP. Just gonna talk really quickly about my team series, Neutron Detour. It's just a ton of fun to throw in the woods. You can get some really slow flip ups. I mean, this is a really cool stamp, I think, so check it out on the MVP Pro Shop.
Discover the difference at Disc Golf Deals USA. Get photos and actual weight of every disc, rewards with every purchase, and fast shipping. Your game, our passion. Shop now at discgolfdealsusa.com.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
Well, the 2025 DGPT schedule is here. We're excited to unveil the course schedule for the United States and Europe alongside next year's PDGA Pro Major schedule. Check out where we're headed next season. Just scan the QR code. Be back here in Virginia for the Pro Tour Championships next season. First time won't be in Charlotte. And get ready for next season with an exclusive DGPT season pass. It's your first chance to secure spectator passes at the best price available per ticket, offering unbeatable value for all 2025 events. Season passes are limited and only available until the end of the 2024 Pro Tour season. Gold Season Pass, if you're looking to do some traveling around, that's great value. Go get Ultra VIP treatment. Well, just a spectacular day here. Our lead card getting ready to go. Just scan that QR code if you want to grab yourself a DGPT season pass for 2025. Holland Hanley, Cap Merch, Henna Blomroos, Silva Saarinen ready to go at the tee of hole number 1. Already filling up gallery here, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
An absolutely incredible view on hole 1. Underneath those white tents is actually a VIP spectator area. So taking in a good view all day.
On the Disc Golf Network, we welcome you to the second round of the 2024 PDGA Professional Disc Golf World Championships presented by Zuka. On behalf of the PDGA, the Ledgestone Group, Runken Pratt, and the City of Lynchburg, we welcome you to the Innova course at Ivy Hill and the 9:30 tee time. This is the lead card. And first on the pad. One round at New London yesterday at 10 under par. She is your leader from Grapevine, Texas, Holland Hanley.
A whole new challenge today for Holland. The game was clicking all day yesterday, playing with a lead at the biggest tournament of the season.
From Rosebud, Arkansas, Cat Merch.
Excellent drive from Holland down to that left side.
See the players really aiming for that big tree and then allowing the disc to finish to the left. Plenty of space.
From Malmö, Finland, Henna Blomroos.
All of this area in front of the tee pad is out of bounds. Players throwing across that ditch to the inbounds area.
From Oiti, Finland, Silva Saarinen.
Many of the tee pads at Ivy Hill are in out of bounds areas.
This tee shot is well over 300 feet.
And that slides out of bounds for Silva.
Thank y'all for coming out.
So Saarinen into scramble mode. Otherwise, 3 strong drives from our lead card. Missy Gannon teeing off on 3 after the birdie on hole 2. Slides out of bounds. Grass starting to get a little skippier as it dries out here in the morning sunshine. Kristen, second shot on 8. Long uphill putt remaining for Tatar.
There she is.
Evelina with a smash. A great drive from Salonen on the 3rd. Holland Hanley heading down the fairway of hole number 1. She's got a 3-shot lead here at the Worlds. Well, 10 years of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Don't miss out on exclusive gear, commemorative discs, and more. Shop the 10th season collection now at the DGPT Pro Shop. Highlights include the 10th season supporter box, special stamp discs, limited edition apparel, and more. Scan that QR code or go to dgpt.com/shop. Well, European star this year, Silva Saarinen, going out of bounds on her tee shot here on the 1st. She'll be putting for a bogey. Here's Ellie Midling putting for par on the 8th and knocking it down. Wow. 60-footer uphill. Take a look on the Zuka replay.
Ellie probably feeling like she's in her element out here on this big golf course. Looking comfortable with her putter as well.
back to hole 1. Handley puts it to the bullseye. And if you use code WORLDS24, you can get 15% off any order at Zuka.com throughout the tournament this weekend. Merch.
Lining up a backhand over that OB. More room for error, but it looks like a perfect disc selection, great height. She is right there under the pin.
Here's Missy's third after finding the out of bounds. He was a bit short, so long putt from circle 2. Emily Weatherman got the birdie on 3.
This looks good, Charlie.
Well, I may have spoiled what's coming up there after I took a look at the scorecard before I was looking at the Emily Weatherman upshot there. Weatherman parks it. Chance to get into a tie for third. Oh, and Hannah hit the stake, I think, and it kept her OB. It looked like it was going to come back in. Take another look.
And the fact that she throws it so low, she's relying on a little luck. And yeah, that would have made it back in bounds for sure without hitting that stake.
Mine's like kind of on the outside of the stake. I think you cross.
Yeah, if it is, for sure. Maybe do a provisional from the same.
They're discussing whether or not she crossed in. Nate, did you get a good look at whether that was in, up the fairway?
Yeah, I thought that the stake kind of cut the disc in half and then just kind of kicked it left, so I felt like she crossed. I'm not sure if she's calling a provisional down there or not.
Well, she takes the shot from back at her original lie. Go back to 3, Salonen. So nice upshot there from Evelina. Here's Kristen on the 9th. Center cut. Back to 3. Missy for a par.
I was trying to float it in there.
Tried to give it a chance, but will take a bogey as we see the stake that knocked Henna's disc back out of bounds. Tricky putt for Silva.
Incredible to see how much power she was able to get out of that really awkward stance.
She's the top Circle 1X putter on tour. Right there in Circle 2. So Hannah did call a provisional, and so assessment made that she went out of bounds up here. So this is for par.
Come on. Good run at it.
Can't find chains, so Hannah will take a bogey, a frustrating one.
Yeah, and those stakes are just there for the visual, for the players to see where the OB line is. And it's really centimeters where she could have very likely been in bounds. So I would also have given her that lie.
Holland for a birdie. She's rolling into round 2. Kat Murch also has a birdie putt to stay within 3 strokes of Handley. Strong start for yesterday's leaders. So Henna taps it in. And Silva takes the bogey as well. And that basket right there, it's a beauty. You can win one of those baskets. There is a Paul Macbeth World Foundation Worlds Raffle. And so you can support the Paul Macbeth Foundation in their mission to bring disc golf to communities worldwide by entering the raffle this week. And you can pick up the basket or get it shipped within the continental U.S. The raffle closes Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern, with winners announced before the final round. So scan that QR code to check out the raffle, make a difference, and maybe even support a future world champion. Go back to hole number 3. Paige Pierce looking at a long-range birdie and knocking it down. Paige makes it back-to-back birdies.
There was never a doubt once this putter left her hand. She knew she had put it on the perfect line. It was so flat as it flew through the air. Looking good with the putter for Paige.
Paige now into that tie for third. Oh, and Evelina misses the short putt. So she will have to settle for a par. Taking an overhead look at hole number 2. Uphill par 3, 327 feet.
If you're going to bring it out on that right side over the OB, Holland needs to make sure she has released it high enough that it's going to find its way back in bounds. Perfectly high enough, I'd say. A little help off of that cart path, giving her a skip right under the pin.
Murch takes the high route, puts it at circle's edge.
The fact that she released it so high, it didn't have that forward momentum to give her that distance.
Just needs to push for Silva. And it's going to be very close to the line, but it does look from here like it's out of bounds.
With Silva not having the biggest distance today, she's going to really need to clean it up and make sure she's keeping the discs in bounds. So far, she's made a couple of errors.
Henna led round 1 in strokes gained from tee to green. And it was shots like that that were the reason why.
But shocking how many putts she continues to make. But she still finds herself on the lead card going into the second round.
She was nearly a -5 in strokes gained putting. Second worst at the tournament. Weatherman's shot. The spotter calls it red, but we just got word from the ground that in fact it was safe, and the spotter misruled that out of bounds. We'll get another look at that in a moment. So Kristen leaves that a little shy of where she'd like to have it, but going to have a putt. Looking for a birdie.
So again, the players are throwing over this hazard area that's short of the hay bales.
And that is the ideal shot. If you can get that skip up and over, you have the opportunity to have the birdie putt, or at worst, have a par save putt from the hazard. Very small green. Kristen's closer than I thought. Here's her putt for birdie. And she is under par once again on the tournament. She's now up into a tie for 10th, but still well back of Handley, 10 strokes behind. Salonen cashes in the birdie putt on the 4th.
I would say that's a bonus birdie. It's a tough hole to get a birdie on. You have the chance of hitting the hazard, I think, is more likely the chance. But then if you throw it too powerful, it could go OB, and you could see how close those stakes are on that right side. And then there's a pond beyond the pin as well.
So Weatherman gets relief off the line. She was safe, so that's a birdie. And there's Silva's disc, and we can see that it's just ever so slightly out of bounds. Silva's third. So Sarin looking at back-to-back bogeys to begin her second round. Murch knows Holland is parked. And converts. Are we starting to see some separation already from our top two on the leaderboard? Take a look at Murch's putt on the Zuka replay.
It's a good sign seeing Kat be able to have the power. An uphill putt. Her back foot is so much lower than her front foot, so it's tough to generate that speed you would need.
Henna for birdie. So a bounce back, and I need to go back to hole one because right now she is listed as having taken a triple bogey on the first. So I think that's wrong because we saw her appear to play the shot from the OB after throwing the provisional, but we will confirm that. But at the moment, it is listed as a triple on the first.
Which it should have only been a single bogey. She got a 5, I believe.
Holland taps in for the birdie, so back-to-back birdies for both Handley and Murch. There's Henna's scorecard as it's currently listed. So let's go down to Nate. Just want to double check on what's happening there. Did we miss something from here in the booth?
Well, yeah, she threw her second shot out of bounds, and then it was her fourth shot that hit the stake and went out of bounds again. So I believe the triple bogey is correct.
All right, thank you, Nate. Our apologies from here in the booth. We got mixed up. So we go to the 5th. Weatherman. Coming off of back-to-back birdies and 3 of the first 4. Kristen on the 10th. And that goes out of bounds. Nice drive from Evelina. Well, hot round right now going. Haley King, 7 birdies in the front 9. She has climbed all the way up into 6th place, Val.
This is a great course for Haley to make some moves. It's a course where it can satisfy those big bombers, but then you have to be aggressive as well, and I think that's exactly how you would describe Haley King's game.
She's at the top of the Innova Hot Round leaderboard. Raven Klein climbing up 15 spots as well, 3 down through 13. And look at that, Holland and Kat and Emily, 1, 2, 3, also sitting right there in the midst of those hot rounds. Yesterday, the B pool played out here, and a 2 over was 985 rated, just to give you a sense of what scores might be today. Out of bounds. So first adversity for Handley.
Just hearing what she's saying, you know, it's fine. As a kind of reassuring thoughts to keep yourself positive. And even if these players do find the out of bounds on the right side, they've carried a good distance down the fairway and can reach the pin in 2. This holds just over 700 feet.
Clean drive from Henna. A nice shot from Silva. Getting some good distance on that tee shot. Here's Weatherman. Throwing 3. Not trying to do too much. Here's Salinen's 3rd. Got a chance to get up there for the birdie. Going right at it and putting it under the basket. Wow, what an upshot from Salonen.
It can be scary throwing that low because there's so much tall grass in that OB that could catch you.
Weatherman 4th shot. On at the green. We go back to the 10th with Kristen, who just went out of bounds off the tee shot. Precise.
I didn't have a good angle to see, but she's been marking herself.
Weatherman for the par, knocks it down. So a really well-played hole for Weatherman, who just slowly worked her way up the fairway onto the green and cashed it in from 30 feet for par. Are you surprised at all to see Weatherman with a little more limited power already sitting 2 under through 5 holes?
Well, knowing the scores from yesterday, if she finishes the round at par, it's going to be near 1,000 rated. So playing conservative could pay off.
That was Holland's 3rd after the OB stroke. So she'll have a chance to save her par.
is a hazard sand trap just beyond the pin. Great distance there. I feel like it can always be challenging to know how far to really throw a shot like this, because there's nothing around the basket that you can judge for distance. It's kind of just perched up there on an edge, so you have to rely on what you did in practice. And we know Silva likes to go with the standstill. Let's see if it's got the power.
Flirting with the OB, but it slides up onto the green. Murch, with the best drive of the bunch, has an opportunity to take a stroke on Handley. It's going to be a little outside the circle. But she hit some big putts yesterday and already hit a 34-footer on hole 2 today. Here's Pierce for birdie. So
And
just a little too much.
not even the most elevated pin that we'll see out here. Not able to recover. The first one wasn't far off. Just maybe too much ambition going for that putt, just hitting a little bit high. That second one was off on the left.
So from a birdie to a bogey with the 3-putt, Pierce will drop to 4 under and into 6th place. So there's Evelina tapping in the birdie after a great upshot. Back-to-back birdies for Salonen. Up into solo 3rd. Murch for a long-range birdie.
Oh,
wow!
My goodness. I'm thinking, wow, this is really putting her putter to the test. She had such a great drive. Probably feeling a little frustrated that she left it so short. So to see her focus in and execute that putt was incredible. No parvard for her.
We're in the birdie universe. That putt from Kat Murch, powered by Nakua Lifestyle Power, and she is all business after knocking down back-to-back circle 2 putts. She is 3 for 3. Disappointing for Silva. Blumers for birdie. It's been a troubling distance for Henna. Pretty good effort, but just a little bit high. Henna is putting 54.9% from Circle 1X this season. She is dead last among qualified players on tour. Handley for par. She sticks it, so she will have a 2-shot lead after Murch hits the huge putt to get the birdie. Henna in for par. Silva will be disappointed with her par. She's #1 on tour at 84.3% Circle 1X putting. Here's Evelina on 6.
The speed that these discs have as they're making their way downhill and they're coming in at a hyzer angle, it is so difficult to keep them in bounds.
Go back to the 10th. Kristen taps in for par. Great save after going out of bounds. Weatherman cashes it in. Another birdie for Emily Weatherman, and she's tied for 3rd.
You just have to have confidence in your putting style going for this putt. I wouldn't say anything if she were to lay that up. There is OB right behind the pin. Fantastic.
Ooh, close to that backside, but Evelina saves the par. 2 down on the day. So some separation from between Holland and Kat above the rest of the field. Otherwise, pretty stacked up leaderboard. Haley King keeps it going. She's now 7 down on the round.
And I was telling Charlie earlier today how, I drove this course on a golf cart, checking out these holes, and I stood there on many holes, mouth wide open, thinking, I don't even know how I'd play these shots. Even this one right here. There is so much trouble to be had. The hazard, you have the OB pond beyond the pin. You can't see the landing zone from the tee. This is such a tricky course, and hole 4 gets you right into it.
So Murch found the hazard. Handley trying to go for the big skip shot around the left side, and she trickles through onto the green. Beautiful shot. Most players are trying that, either skip around or skip over the hay bales.
That was a really good play from Holland. Knowing that she's keeping it low, keeps that OB beyond the pin out of play, but gives her a chance to skip it over the hazard.
And Henna skips up and over. Circle's edge for Blumroos. Here it is one more time, coming in on that high angle.
And skipping off that golf green makes it a little bit easier. They're feeding off that momentum as they head downhill.
Silva trying to go around the outside. And will it stay safe? Yes. Those wood chips are in bounds. Great shot from Silva Saarinen. Silva Saarinen, the 2023 Rookie of the Year. Emily Weatherman leading the 2024 race. She won the Des Moines Challenge earlier this year. And she gets safe. Kristen on 11. Green flag for Tatar. 11, another par 3 with hazard and hay bales. Evelina. Be a bread and butter shot for her. She's well inside the circle. Take a look on the Zuka replay.
Not only is this water carry scary enough, but as their hyzer flight comes near the pin, the OB is so close on that left side. Evelina had that direct line to the basket and using that hillside to just allow it to stick.
Murch, can she hit another circle two? Well, she's not going to try it this time with OB danger behind. Henna also laying up.
I am not going to rag on any player that chooses to lay up on this course. There's very scary greens out here, and there's a chance to really add up the strokes if you're being too aggressive on putts, especially when you're not feeling confident about them.
So Murch looking at a bogey. Hanley has a birdie putt. An opportunity for a two-shot swing and a four-stroke lead. Leaning left, didn't get the putter to drop down into the basket, just pulled it right. Murch, bogey. And after all of that, Silva gets to walk to her disc and have this for birdie. She's tied for fifth. Henna and Holland will both tap in for their par. So it's back to a three-shot lead for Holland after Murch takes the bogey. To 11. Kristen. Didn't really commit. Taking a look at our leaderboard, Haley King, biggest mover today, up 22 spots. Natalie Ryan climbing 6 spots. King just took her second bogey of the day on the 12th. But if she can stay steady, play the rest of this round even, she's going to be in a decent spot through 2 rounds at the World Championships as we take a look at hole number 5, the par 5.
Hole 5, both the men and women play from the same tee pad here. They have that water carry to start off the hole, OB cart path left and beyond, and then the second shot, they head uphill. So we'll see the second shots landing here. You have to choose which side of the tree you want to land on because that tree, that large tree right there on the left side, it's surrounded by OB. You have this shot here between the 2 trees. Very challenging to get the height perfect and the line exact. And then, of course, the basket surrounded by OB, as we've seen on pretty much every hole at this point. So you really have to judge the distance, and as we head uphill, you want to make sure you have enough power to get up there near the pin.
Well, Nate, as the players throw their tee shots here, I want to check in with you. It still looks like we're not seeing much wind at all, but I know this course was kind of designed with wind in mind. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, it's uncanny how calm it is out here. And yeah, hats off to Nate Heinold. A month out, he talked to meteorologists. Meteorologists pretty much guaranteed him that it was going to be calm for the big event, and so he designed this tight OB with that in mind, and it's the kind of foresight we don't see too often in the game. So it's playing nicely so far at the first day of Ivy Hill.
Well, something to keep an eye on if the wind picks up in the afternoon for MPO rounds. Of course, certainly will play a lot more difficult if the wind does pick up. Long uphill par 5. So everybody across safe. Here's Missy Gannon putting for a birdie on the 7th.
This gives us a great view of that elevation. Missy not scared at all. If you miss, if you hit metal, you're going to get a roll away and you're going to go in the water OB. Missy doesn't even think a moment about what could happen. It's all chains.
Beautiful pace on that shot as well. Can Weatherman follow in those footsteps? Stays, so she'll have a tap in to the 12th. Tatar.
A little too much heat on this one.
And that does not fight its way back in. Kristen out of bounds again. That's her 4th, make it her 5th OB, along with a hazard today. Just not sharp. Salonen in for birdie. She's climbing the board. Back to solo 3rd. Good shot from Silva. Really tricky footing for Kat. Gonna opt not to run up. All those teeing areas are safe. There is an OB patch around that tree that guards the basket. Evelina on the 8th.
Yep.
Comfortable shots for Salonen. Well up there for Handley, and the more you can bite off on these shots just makes it that much easier to try to get around the corner and get a look at birdie. 21% of players getting a birdie on the 5th. Here's Weatherman teeing off on 8. Such a different style from an Evelina.
The farther you are on this drive, the more that OB tree area can be in your thoughts as you throw the second shot, and nicely done from Henna. And that landing zone that she landed in between the OB on the right and that tree area in the middle, maybe 30 feet wide.
Jonathan Poole, event director for the U.S. DGC in Rock Hill, South Carolina in October. Of course, also the home of the Throw Pink Women's Disc Golf Championship. And Throw Pink features 40 of the best women in the world competing for all women and their families whose lives have been impacted by breast cancer. VIP passes are on sale now, $89 for the entire week. And all proceeds benefit Throw Pink and the Throw Pink Women's Championship. JP often on the bag, that is, for Henna. Third shot for Silva. You can just see the red flag on top of the basket.
All the tall grass is OB. This is a conservative layup and a very smart play. You try and be too aggressive on this shot, and there's so many things that could happen. You could hit one of the trees that are lining the fairway. You can overpower it and go long. I think it was very smart of her just to pick the spot that she needs to land up there near the basket. Save yourself a stroke.
Third shot for Henna. And this is one of her biggest weapons, this Annie backhand.
It's got to be perfect as she's trying to get it near the pin. And it looks like she's going for that area that we saw Silva landing in.
She'll have a look. A little bit outside circle one. Inside the circle.
These shots are scary, like I was saying. I feel like every shot requires so much focus, and you have to bring in the risk. It's inevitable.
Hanley's got a lot of airspace.
Yep.
Sneaking through the trees and to the bullseye. Holland has kept her foot on the gas pedal here early in round number 2.
I like to be, like, I've been liking that play if I'm more like over here.
Yeah.
Because then I have a little bit more room.
You have to do it really vertically, and I know you don't like to do that vertically.
Yeah, but I mean, it works if I'm like too far left of that gap.
You kind of almost throw it over the tree instead of through here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm just throwing it.
Some great insight into Holland's thinking. Still making some adjustments. Weatherman second on 8. She'll have to chip up for a par look.
Yep.
Second shot for Evelina. Not super happy with it. And we go back to Tatar, who's tapping in for a bogey on the 12th after going out of bounds. And here's Kristen's scorecard. After a really nice start at some big putts, unfortunately not getting much going today. She's just one down on the round. She's in 15th, but she's 12 shots off the lead.
And 6 strokes of today's round have been because she went OB or landed in a hazard. 6 strokes, Charlie. erase those penalties, she is 7 down and in contention. So she's been throwing okay, but she is getting too many penalties.
Long range birdie look for Silva. She's been frustrated with her putter today. Oh for 3 from circle 2. Murch for birdie. She hit from 34 feet on the second and 65 feet on the third. So much confidence on the putting green right now for Kat Murch. She gets to 10 under par.
Drive for show, putt for dough. And I think at the World Championship, it's so important to have a confident putting stroke. This is when all those thoughts and everything just come to a stop and all eyes on you to hit the putt. To mention, pressure just continues to build as these rounds continue on, and it's going to get more and more difficult to kind of push those thoughts aside and hit those putts every time.
Handley in for birdie. 3 down through 5. She has a 3-shot lead on Kat Murch and 6 shots on third place, Evelina Salonen. Here it is again from 31 feet for Murch.
And the fact that Kat can save herself. She's putting herself in safe landing zones, didn't put too much on that upshot, but she's stepping up to those putts and looking confident, and that gives her that extra motivation to keep going.
Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from Kat Murch. Back on hole 1.
I gotta think, this is very similar to Jonesboro and this side of heaven. We got the huge elevation, beautiful rolling green hills. So maybe she feels comfortable, like she's at home.
And the putter's been fantastic. This from 65 feet on hole 3.
Insane. And look at her. She's not jogging it in, not overly excited. She's like, yep, of course I made that. Obi lines this fairway. The biggest mistake is keeping it out to the right and not allowing it to come back inbounds. Plenty of angle on this one for Holland.
Settles down.
It powered through those branches. still has work, and it does not come back inbound. So she's going to take it way up, pretty close to the tee pad, maybe 50, 70 feet, closer to the basket. Silva also catching the leaves. More angle.
That needs to roll left, and it does not. And now it's going towards the water. OB for Saarinen. That's her third OB stroke of the day. Henna, fantastic, just outside the bullseye.
And a big smile from Henna. Very rare we see her smiling, but she knows how difficult that tee shot can be.
Weatherman for birdie. To the 13th. Tatar needs to find some rhythm at the back end of this round. And she's out of bounds again. And you said it, Val, you got to keep it safe.
So now look at what Kat Murch has here. It hasn't advanced much down the fairway, and it's a similar shot to her tee shot. Can she keep this in bounds?
Well, she gave the basket a scare, but didn't find metal, and a second OB stroke for Murch. Ouch. There's now just one player on the course who has yet to go OB today, Rebecca Cox.
Wow.
Yeah.
To the 8th, Pierce for birdie.
There we go.
Back to 3 under.
Nice putt, Paige.
She's 10 shots off the lead. Silva, the inside the circle. Getting dangerously close to that left OB line.
So you see now what we have on this hole. The cart path is OB, and then the tree line, or inside the tree line actually, is the out of bounds line. It's very much sloping downhill, which makes the discs fly very fast toward the basket. So drives should be landing short, and that speed as they head downhill, that'll carry them up to the basket.
Holland, does she want to give this a go? Well, she took a big risk, and it looked like that slid out of bounds. And she knew she had an opportunity to really take advantage, and you can see the flag there. It is OB for Handley. What do you think of the decision there?
Well, we saw Emily Weatherman make a putt from there, looking confident, but there's a huge risk. Silva has this.
There it is. Nice make from Saarinen.
And Silva is on a different mindset than Holland. Holland trying to make the birdie. Yes, that'd be great. But Silva thinking, I need to hit this to save my bogey. Just keep it to a 1-stroke penalty.
Holland now putting for bogey. Murch is putting for double bogey from circle 2. And maybe that played into Handley's decision to give it a go. Holland in for bogey. She's going to drop to 12 under, but her lead will grow. By how much? And check what I just said. Of course, Kat went OB behind the basket there, so this is from circle 1. And she puts it in for the double bogey. So she will fall to 8 under into a tie with Evelina. And Handley will have a 4-shot lead. Blomroos for birdie to get to 4 down.
That's huge that Henna was able to capitalize on a birdie. There's a lot of trouble to be had on hole 6, and so she's making up strokes on the field.
Second shot for Weatherman on the par 4. Well done. Here's Evelina's up shot. Almost an identical shot. They go back to 13. Kristen for par after going out of bounds on the tee shot. Unable to save the par. It'll be back-to-back bogeys for Kristen as she drops back over par on the tournament. Weatherman in for the birdie. So Weatherman now at 7 down, solo 4th. Salonen tied for second with Kat Murch. So some tumult on hole 6. But ultimately, Handley's lead is larger after 2 OB strokes for Murch. As we go to hole 7.
Perfect drive from Henna. The OB line on the left side is maybe 15 feet, maybe 20 feet. So there's not a lot of room on that left side. So players need to actually try and throw it farther down the fairway, try and throw it almost aiming past the basket to ensure that it goes straight and doesn't hyzer out early.
Holland outside the circle.
It's at least 300 feet to clear the water. This hole measures 342 to the pin.
Silva just safe.
And absolutely no emotion on her face. No sign of relief, no nothing.
That's classic Silva. She'll have a 33-footer for birdie. Murch.
This is danger as it lines up with the basket. But wow. It stays in bounds for Kat Murch.
So everyone's going to have a look at the birdie on the 7th. Holland Handley out in front. We're nearing the halfway point of round number 2. We'll be back on the Disc Golf Network.
I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
We're tough.
Yeah.
And we love the outdoors, right? But poison ivy's nasty, even for tough guys like us. So we use Zanfel.
Zanfel works fast and washes away the itch.
Zanfel neutralizes toxins and washes them from your skin. In seconds, the itch is gone. Healing begins.
When you get poison ivy, get Zanfel. It works. Immediate relief, and we're right back to being tough, right?
Right.
Got poison ivy, get Zanfel.
It works.
The X-Step Pro T-Pad from Disc Concepts is the ultimate surface for making the most out of your drives.
I first played on the X-Step Pro T-Pads last season at USDGC, and it quickly became my favorite T-Pad. They're super grippy, very consistent, and they handle the weather great.
These low-profile turf pads are manufactured in the United States and provide unparalleled grip, durability, and consistency. Visit discconcepts.net online today.
The FAR Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its third year, the survey has expanded and is being run by the team at First Available Research. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld Disc Golf this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard. A long walk around the pond on hole 7. And just some beautiful scenery out here at Ivy Hill. Nate, you've been walking the property this morning. It just, these overhead views from our Flight Factory drone are spectacular. Is it, you getting the same kind of vibes from the ground?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful down here as well. This pond right now is just glass. Actually just saw a big largemouth bass come up and eat a dragonfly that was chilling on the surface. And yeah, these massive oak trees and the black walnuts, this is a great setting for the game.
Some wildlife out there at Ivy Hill. Hanley first putt here on the 7th. And not going to go for it. Maybe had hole 6 in her mind. So a chance for the rest of this card to pick up a stroke on Handley. Silva, long putt uphill. Bangs it home. Birdie for Silva. Great putt.
A great moment to turn that putter on.
Murch to get within 3 once again of Handley. And she cashes it in. So a bounce back birdie after the double bogey on the 6th. What a drive from Henna. An easy tap-in birdie. And Handley will settle for the par. We go to the 10th. Evelina is cooking on these big open tee shots. She's got the best score on our chase and lead card. She's 4 down.
Fairway's pretty wide on these tee shots, and then as we get closer to the basket, it really narrows in. OB comes into play just at circle's edge.
Kristen on the 14th. And red flag for Kristen once again, and it feels a little bit like yesterday's round where she kind of got out of the gates okay, but then it's gotten slowly worse over the course of the round, and she's looking at a possible another bogey on the 14th, and she's way off the pace. Haley King getting out to a super start, but she's given a bunch of strokes back, and she's now just 1 under on the tournament, 11 shots off the lead.
Oh, wow, a flip-flop. I mean, to have such an incredible front 9, you're coasting your way in through 11 holes and then screeching halt.
She had just 1 OB stroke through 11 holes, and then she had 4 on 12, 13, and 14. Here's Henna. Second shot for Emily Weatherman.
Fantastic. This hole is 834 feet, but it's downhill, so they're able to reach the basket in 2 shots.
Cat. Well, that is an inbounds area, but obviously a big misfire from Murch. Just outside the bullseye for Evelina. Holland.
Leaving it plenty wide of that initial tree. Turning it over, keeping it nicely in bounds.
To the 14th. Kristen for par. And that is the danger here on 14. If you miss, there is such a high chance of a rollaway. It's such a steep green. And so Kristen now facing a bogey putt. And what do you do now? There's hardly a way to lay up onto this sloped green. But that is what she'll try, and at time it sits.
And it's not just sloped, but it is rocky. So even if you try and lay up, there's a lot of risk that you're going to hit a rock and roll back to your feet again. Scary.
So Kristen is looking at a double bogey.
I am afraid to touch it.
Murch advances the fairway with her second. Silva, she's going to have a birdie putt. Weatherman putting for birdie to get a share of third place. You bet. Emily Weatherman, back-to-back birdies. She's now 4 shots off the lead. Hanley clips the tree and ends up just fine. If she keeps it up, we might be calling that world champ love. Salonen in for birdie. She's tied for second with Murch, 3 shots back of Handley.
And a clean scorecard. That allows you to stay at the top.
Seeing some scoring separation. Those top 4 players sitting pretty clear of 5th place right now. So much disc golf left to play, though. Back to New London tomorrow into the woods, and then 2 more rounds here at Ivy Hill for the weekend. Hannah up onto the green. Kat Murch has yet to take a par in today's round. 5 birdies, a bogey, and a double bogey. But hopes to get out of here with a par.
That should do it. And funny, wearing the parverd. First par of the day coming up, and we're almost halfway through the course.
Don't do that. Not on camera.
The mountains in the background. And an overhead look here at the green. Hole 8, one of the easier holes on the course. One of just 5 holes averaging under par. 23% of players taking birdie, 67% par. Oh, Silva. Wide right and a big miss.
It is so difficult to see the actual elevation and the slopes of these greens. It looks like they're lining up a relatively short putt, but it is uphill. It requires a lot of power. They need to make sure that they're releasing their hand higher than the basket so it has enough carry to reach the chains. just like that. Beautiful form from Henna.
She's in solo 5th, 6 under par. Merch for par. So Kat Merch continues to putt extremely well today. Has not missed a putt. And has 2 circle 2 makes. Holland tapping in for birdie. So her lead is now 4. She's back to 13 under. Silva is in 7th. Salonen.
A huge hazard area on 11. All that taller grass is considered the hazard. Evelina keeps it in. 327 feet downhill. And that area right there too in the sand trap, that's also a hazard. So Emily will be putting from there with a 1-stroke penalty.
So Weatherman hoping to save a par from distance.
Yeah, and in those hazards, you play it directly from that spot that you landed. There's no, there's no relief like you would get from the OB line. So if it were marked at OB, she'd be much closer to the pin. But now you got the distance and the stroke.
Let's take a look here at hole 9.
Hole 9, pretty wide fairway to start. A lot of room to work with. We are on a golf fairway, so it's a very short grass. So angle and landing that disc flat can be important if you start to carry over to that left side. Then as we head closer to the pin, you can see how the OB line circles the basket, but it's not as close as what we've seen on previous holes. There is some space, and then of course a nice sloped green to keep everything consistent as it heads down to the right. So landing on that left side, those are some death putts as you stare down the hill.
Well, the tee box, as you can see in the graphic on the right side of your screen, is well into the OB. And Nate, what have players been telling you about their thoughts on Ivy Hill and these long carries to inbounds areas?
Well, yeah, in the week leading up to the event, there were a lot of players kind of expressing their, distaste and the way that you have to carry out of bounds on so many shots. But, I haven't really heard much since then. And, when we see the players who are at the top, they have plenty of distance. So players that are really competing for the title here, I don't think are really complaining too much.
We will get a look at hole 13 in a little bit. It's been one of the most controversial. Nicely done by Henna. She's got 3 straight birdies. Needs to fight back. Sliding, and it's not going to get back in bounds, so question is, did that ever cross in? Either way, it's going to go to an optional drop zone, so she'll likely be at the drop zone either way. If she did cross, that's where she would be. Silva across safely. Good drive from Kat. You can see how far Henna's disc is up the fairway. So the OB shot from Holland, opening the door for Murch to close that lead down once again. Here's Weatherman for a layup. She will settle for bogey. Evelina for birdie. It's a pretty good run. But she will have to take par. Haiti Lina just eagled the 15th. It's been an up and down day. She's back to even par on the tournament. Good for 12th place.
And we saw some other players having difficulty there in the back nine. So Haiti making some moves on the field.
That is the only eagle on 15 so far, just 617 feet.
Just.
We will see when we get there why it's 617-foot par 5. Hanley's been out of bounds 3 times now. She saved par on the 3rd, took a bogey on the 6th.
The drop zone's different from what I see in the course map.
And that's sliding towards OB.
And I think it's interesting to see that it's on that far right. The drop zone is also in an out of bounds area. So she has to throw over OB in that straight line. And
Nate, did you get a look? Did that end up out of bounds?
I think it's going to be a group decision on that one. It kind of looks OB from the green's perspective.
Wow. Could see a big swing on this hole. Murch inside the circle looking at birdie.
And again, I'm looking at the course map, and the drop zone is listed as it's in the inbounds area. So if you threw your shot from the drop zone, you'd be clearing a lot of inbounds. But seeing it over in that OB area, that made the drop zone shot very tricky. I'm a little surprised to see the strokes really adding up for the first time here on hole 9, and it's for Holland, our leader.
Great upshot from Silva. She's parked and looking at a birdie. So big moment in this round coming up. What is Holland's disc looking at? Did she go out of bounds a second time? Evelina teeing off on the 12th.
Huge downhill tee shot. Keeps it in bounds. So those yellow stakes, that's what marks the hazard area. White stakes are the OB lines.
And Henna onto the green. The 9th is playing as the 5th easiest hole on the course. So Holland could be losing a lot of strokes to the entire field. Well, that helps kind of slide it right back over onto the green. Nice shot from Weatherman.
Holland.
So it's moments like this. You start to have a few errors. Things seem like they're crumbling. Can Holland keep it together? Will she let these errors get to her?
Well, Nate, take us through what's happening right now.
Yeah, Holland's just confirming with the group her spot. She did go OB long, but she's just kind of calmly walking up and marking her disc. Just dead calm once again. After taking the meter, she's 28 feet from the pin, slightly uphill. Yeah, full routine, and that's just buried in the heart. Gonna be a bogey, but it's a big putt right there.
It does feel so important to settle down and make that putt. Not just for saving the stroke, but also for your mentality after 2 OB strokes. But it could be a 2-shot swing with the rest of the card. Here's Henna for birdie. Drops it in. So that's 4 birdies in a row for Henna. She's climbed all the way up into a tie for 4th. Henna has been on at least circle 2 in regulation on all holes but hole 1. Merch for birdie. Splashes out and settles. Still inside the bullseye, but won't have the opportunity to pick up an additional stroke on Handley. She'll remain at 9 under. Silva taps in for birdie. So Holland drops to 12 under. She has a 3-shot lead as we take a look at Val's Keys, presented by Black Ink Discs.
Feeling like my keys are coming into play. Powerful accuracy is what you need out here. If you're going to be throwing these big shots, you need to make sure they're landing inbounds. You have to understand what the elevation is doing, and especially these downhill shots. How much is your disc going to hyzer out at the end? How far do you want to carry it to the right that it comes back inbounds? And you want to be conservatively aggressive. You're going to have to throw the risky shot. Regardless if you're an aggressive player or not, you have to throw these shots where OB surrounds the pin. There's a lot of risk involved. You have to just focus on what you can do and use your talents to their best.
Val's Keys are presented by blackinkdiscs.com, the premium disc golf store. Emily Weatherman from 48 feet. Got it.
On. That's ridiculous.
Wow, Emily Weatherman, her 3rd Circle 2 make today. And again, with OB danger behind, fearless. Take another look. Just gets it up in the air, right on target.
It's a beautiful putting stroke as well. The way she releases it, it's nice and smooth, a lot of spin on it to keep it nice and flat.
Evelina just going to pitch up. Such an interesting contrast between those two players. We check in now with Natalie Ryan, who's sitting in 7th place. Gets the green flag on 14. Take a look at the leaderboard. Handley still out in front by the margin she started the day with, 3 strokes.
And taking a look at her big movers of today's round, tied for 9th. Haiti Leineck just continues to get the birdies on the back 9, shooting the hottest back 9 of the division.
Here's a look at hole number 10, the par 4.
A downhill shot. We've got the OB line on the left side. I think really comes into play on these downhill shots. Anywhere out here in the fairway is good. It lines you up for that second shot, which you're covering a lot of OB if you're trying to bring it nice and wide. It's reachable in 2 shots. You have to have 2 big drives to get over near the basket, but we've seen plenty of birdies on this hole. You just have to keep away from the OB. And it's an incredibly steep climb up there to the men's basket. That is such a slope. So that hillside can catch drives that are coming in too fast for the women. So I think that can be really helpful. So you don't have to just pinpoint the distance and allow the disc to just place next to the basket. You can drill it into that hillside.
18% of players taking birdie on hole 10. Going to the 13th, Weatherman. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes. This is a very long carry, and did she get there? For players with more average arm speed, this is one of the holes that got the most criticism. It's 260 feet to the back left corner of the OB.
And to me, that doesn't seem like much distance for these players to cover. Evelina does keep it in bounds.
So Weatherman did end up out of bounds. We'll go to the drop zone. Blumrus on 10, can air it out. Into the hazard.
It's a hazard sand trap over there. That's why it looked like that disc completely disappeared.
Yeah, dude.
Nice drive from Kat Murch.
Not looking good. Can this stay in bounds?
Way out of bounds for Holland Handley. Well, some adversity for Holland. 2 OB strokes on the 9th and out of bounds off the tee here on the 10th. Talking through it. How will she handle it? We'll see on the other side.
I think the Black Hole Pro is the best practice basket I ever had at home.
I think the Black Hole Pro is a great practice basket.
I think the Black Hole Pro is one of the best teaching tool putting baskets that there is.
What I love most about this basket is that it catches really well.
Its chains are very solid for catching. They have a good heft to them.
It's pretty lightweight. You can put it in the back of your car easily.
If you're looking for a great solution for a practice basket and you don't want to break the bank,
Blackwell Pro.
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
Well, this is not a great situation for Silva because not only do you take the stroke, but you'd almost rather this was OB because now you have an awkward stance trying to get some distance on this third shot. Round 2 coverage of the World Championships continuing here on the Disc Golf Network. She tried to go for it, and she pays the price.
And I doubt she practiced from there. That's a really, like you said, awkward footing. And we know she likes to do the standstill shot, but you're just not able to get enough power to get that far.
Fantastic from Henna, who's been really dialed in inside the circle on 5 straight holes, looking at a birdie. She's 4 of the last 4. Here's Weatherman, second shot on 13. Has to swing it a little wide around this tree.
Plenty of power on that one, but she's going to have a downhill putt coming up.
That was not lacking commitment.
It's like watch the shadow pass the basket.
So Holland has a decision to make. Val, she's got the power to reach it here. Seems like layup doesn't seem like much of an option.
A layup can be so risky the way that it really narrows in. So I think Holland, with her power, needs to go for it. Just make sure you're getting it over, and then it can set you up for the potential to make the putt. Laying up doesn't give you a chance. Slight uphill run up, but she releases it at a good height.
That looks great. Really nice recovery shot from Hanley, and she'll be putting for a par inside the circle.
Yeah, it was not bad. It's fine. Yeah. I usually,
Go to the 13th. Evelina 3 shots back of Handley in second. A little bit short of the circle, so she'll have a birdie look from a couple steps outside circle 1. Ryan's third. And she's going to settle that nicely on the hillside. Excellent approach from Ryan. And she'll be putting for birdie. Weatherman, short chip up, has that left for par. Back to the green of 14, Rebecca Cox for birdie.
A massive roll out beyond circle 2.
So Cox discussing whether to take the same lie. Of course, she'd have to take a stroke to do that, so. Ooh, Saarinen coming close. But she is going to be looking at a double bogey after 2 OB stroke. Will hazard in and out of bounds. So here's Cox. Oh my. And worse than the first.
If it's going to happen on any hole, hole 14, that green is so treacherous.
Cruel Murch.
Pretty conservative effort going for that one. Yeah, didn't fully commit on the putt to have that power to keep it flying straight. Hyzer's out early.
Holland for par. Another big putt from Holland. Hannah for her 5th straight birdie and a share of 4th place. Well, it looked like it might stay on that left side, but bounces off the cage and out.
It always worries me when I see Hannah taking those extra moments, going maybe a little bit too long to adjust herself to get ready for a putt. It's too much time to be thinking about a short putt like that.
Here's Evelina putting for birdie. Comes up empty. Well, we saw the pain that Rebecca Cox has been going through on the 14th. Ryan put it under the basket, so no concerns about a rollaway there. Really nice approach. And a bounce back birdie after the bogey. Ryan is up 7 spots today into 6th. Haley King picking it up again late in the round. Couple of birdies late as we take a look at the par 3 11th.
We're at the top of the hill here, a gorgeous view on 11's tee. Players are teeing from OB, throwing over this huge hazard area of tall grass, You want to get over those hay bales at the end, and there's a strip of inbounds area before you hit that sand trap, which is also a hazard, and then OB beyond that. So it's really about the players having the perfect disc flight, making sure they're getting that distance.
Only 13% of players getting a birdie. Nobody yet getting an ace, though this is one of the holes where we might see one, and Innova's got an ace bounty. So any competitor who records an ace anywhere on the Innova course here at Ivy Hill during Pro Worlds will win $500 courtesy of Innova Champion Discs.
And some of these shorter downhill shots, if you're throwing at the basket, you're going to go way past. So players that want to land near the pin, they need to throw it short of the basket. And then you have this hazard area to think about too. The course design is just so tricky. And Nate Heinold, he makes very challenging courses that really makes the players think about the shots and worry and think about all this OB and hazard area. And I don't think any player's feeling 100% confident on every tee shot, and that's what makes it fun.
Weatherman's drive safe on the 14th. Nice drive from Evelina. We go to the 15th. This is the par 5, 617 feet long. Heidi Leina got the eagle, excuse me. The lone eagle on 15.
Very narrow fairway. That's heading toward OB on that right side.
Post, it might be in.
Well, we'll see. Sounds like Ryan caught a break and landed safe. Henna slides past the hazard. She'll have a birdie putt. Blomru's swinging it and just skipping in the hazard before sliding safe. Do you think that's the intended line for Henna, or did she want to come in a little further right towards the basket?
It looked like she wanted to drop it right next to the pin in the flight. Even Holland getting a little lucky there, skipping off the hay bales. Keeps it inbounds.
Birch swinging it way out wide.
That looked like the best committed shot. I want to see those shots going wide to the right, knowing that the elevation's going to bring the disc so far to the left.
Oh my goodness, Sarnen off metal. She heard about the ace bounty.
There's a big smile. An ace run. Thankfully, the disc gets in the way to slow this down. Plenty of power.
Off the band. Boy, that didn't miss being an ace by much. And as you said, if that doesn't hit the basket, it's probably skipping into the OB.
Oh, that would have been so cool. And that's such a fun shot to throw because you can see the flight the whole way. You know, it's within range of all these competitors. So I'm expecting to see a few more ace runs this week.
I mean, you can really get a feel right now watching the players walk down this hill of the elevation out here at Ivy Hill. Lots of playing down and up hills. And the 18th is a perfect example. This is a long uphill approach to the basket. Haiti Lina's third. She's climbed all the way up into the top 10 today. And she's got that left for birdie. That would give her a share of the hot round. Right now it's Evelina at 5 under through 13. Holland lays up. Cat gave it kind of a half run. Henna's hyzer putt, she could run it, but just lays up. Silva's putter hasn't been sharp today. And again, frustrated with herself.
I'm looking at the flag at the top of the basket. Just very still. There is no wind to speak of, and it was nice to see Silva going for that putt. You know, it's a little bit scary because it's on those hay bales and elevated up a bit, but the players aren't going for these putts because of the wind. This is prime conditions for putting.
Pars all around for our lead card. Handley's lead is 3. That was Weatherman's second shot. Go back over to the 15th. Natalie Ryan may have hit off that post right there. Oh, now it looks like they are marking her out of bounds. So after originally being listed on the PDGA scorecard as safe, it was an OB stroke. But Ryan going to have a circle 2 look for birdie. So Salonen in good position after 2 on the 14th. Here's Lina's birdie putt on 18 to close out a 5 under day. She can knock this down. Well, thumbs down, but still a good round for Haiti Lina. As we take a look at our Innova Hot Round leaderboard, Evelina at the top, 5 down through 13. Haley King, just saw that update, finishing the day 5 under.
Haley up 12 places, Haiti up 23 spots. So some fantastic movement from 2 biggest throwers in the division.
What could have been for Haley, though? She was 7 down with about 7 holes to play. That was Weatherman's third, so she'll have a birdie putt up the hill. Henna teeing off on 12. Edge of the circle.
491 feet downhill to a landing strip of a fairway. There is an OB strip on the left-hand side, or excuse me, a hazard area. It's a really strange visual from the tee pad for these players. A Great line, but can this stay in bounds?
It's pushing right to the back corner of safety. And Nate, you were standing right there. Is she in the inbounds area?
She's as far back and left as you can go, just a few feet from the hazard and that OB line.
Yeah, you want to push the tree line just like this from Holland. She's hyzering out a lot at the end, and
That's into the hazard.
that's going to be a long putt from there.
Well, we've kind of seen Holland start to misfire a little bit off the tee in these last few holes. 3 OB strokes, now a hazard, and barely safe on the previous hole. She skipped off the hay bales. Silva not close.
Ends up short of getting inbound, so she'll proceed down there to the drop zone.
Third shot for Salonen. Trying to stick this safe. Oh, well done. Evelina puts it close.
You just don't know. You could throw the most perfect shot and still have the disc get up and get on edge and roll away.
She is chasing Holland right now. Salonen just 3 shots back.
Darn.
Parked for the birdie. Holland in the hazard on the 12th. Here's Weatherman for birdie. Doesn't get it to go down, but leaves it right there on the plateau. Well, we'll get a chance to see now Haley King approaching on the 18th. So that's how she got her birdie to close out a 5-under round. And there's her scorecard. Kind of a crazy day for Haley.
Yeah, after 5 birdies in a row, she heads into the back 9, gets another one on 11, but troubles start to happen on 12. She kind of evens it out. She gets a few more birdies in that back 9. I think it's still a very solid performance, and clearly it has moved her up big in today's round.
Out of bounds again for Silva. Yeah, Haley King's 5-under is currently 1017 rated.
And you always think, especially seeing so many over par strokes, what could have been?
Some tap-ins. That was the birdie for Evelina, a par for Weatherman. Pierce also getting the birdie. That was her first birdie since hole 8. Pierce is at even par. So Salonen now within 2 of our leader, Holland Handley, who has this putt to save par from the hazard. And not even going to go for it. So accepting the bogey, a 2-shot swing, and Evelina now within a stroke of Holland at the top of the leaderboard.
Hole 12 at almost 500 feet. It's a par 3 with that so much OB and so many penalty areas on this hole. It's tough to get the par. Cat March here in the safe zone, going for her birdie.
Well, her line has been great. Just leave that one a little bit low. It'll be Be a 5th straight par for Kat Murch. Blumrus unable to capitalize. It's her 3rd Circle 1 miss of this round. Silva putting for bogey. And Saarinen has just kind of lost the touch with the putter. So surprising. Her 2nd Circle 1 miss of the round. And now looking at a double bogey. Holland taps in, and so Holland takes the bogey. She drops to 11 under. Henna in for the par. Murch drops in for her par. She's 1 shot back of Evelina, and there is your leaderboard. Stacking up at the top. How will this round close out at Ivy Hill? We'll find out on the other side.
Oh, backup hole. Y'all ready for this?
Girl, we're always ready. Yep. Sarah, have you tried this new True Athlete pre-workout? It's so good. Good food, good birdie.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Soup's up. What's even in there? It is birdies.
Disc Sport and Innova share the same values and understanding how the sport should grow.
Rene has always been a great partner of Innova. His vision of disc golf in Estonia and the Baltic region is exactly what we're looking for.
Our goal would be to grow the sport, grow the brand, so that eventually, in the long run, Innova will be #1 in Europe again.
I don't flex, I'm a success. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. Flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex. I don't flex, flex.
Well, the DGPT has its 10th season supporter box. There's 500 available for $100 a pop. Opportunity to support the tour. Get yourself a bunch of discs, t-shirts, and more. Go to dgpt.com/shop. Hit the QR code. Henna Blomroos still hunting for her first Pro Tour win.
Or first World Championship title.
You bet. She's right in the thick of things. Evelina Multi-time major winner. Took down the Champions Cup earlier this season. Still hunting for her first World Championship. And she's just one stroke off the lead. That is out of bounds, however, for Evelina. Here's Murch on the 13th. And this has been the most controversial hole for the FPO players. Nate, tell us a little bit about this OB carry and some of the adjustments here.
Yeah, there were a lot of FPO players voicing their concern that it was just too far of a carry. Nate Heinold listened to that feedback, and he actually changed it earlier in the week. He adjusted it, made it about 25 feet shorter. So on the short side, it's really only 260 to carry. On the long side, where most of the players are trying to get to, it's about 310. So it's still a good throw. You have to really see your disc glide out. And that's great to take that feedback and make an adjustment. We don't really see that often on the big stage like today.
Can Silva make this carry? Yes, just safe. We saw Holland's drive in kind of the ideal spot all the way on that right side, just getting safe. Really opens up the gap into the green.
With so many scary tee shots out here, I was actually surprised when I came to hole 13 to see what the players had ahead of them. It is a far carry to get inbounds, but it's over flat land and it's over grass. So if you do throw OB, you can get your disc back. So it's nice to see the adjustments being made. It still makes it a very challenging hole.
Second shot there for Ryan. That is inside circle one. So Weatherman in good shape, just 150 feet in on a very gettable birdie on the 15th.
Such a direct line. Didn't waver much from her release.
Third shot for Evelina on 15.
Takes a lot of power to get up near the basket. It gradually climbs up and over those teeing areas for the golf course, like a set of stairs. And the women's basket on that hole is at the base of the hill. Then it really climbs uphill so steeply up to the men's basket. I thought everybody was playing to the basket that the women are playing at, and then I looked up.
There's a couple of holes out here like that. So you can see, actually Holland ends up a little pinched off. Just has to lay up. Here's Luke and Lorenzen putting for a birdie. Cashing it in. Third birdie of the day for Luca. Tied for 25th. And what a story it was last year when Lorenzen able to knock down the putt on the final hole at the World Championships to finish in the top 10. An emotional moment for her.
Going right into the hill for Kat. That's going to leave her well short.
This ceiling is super low. Difficult to really attack. And indeed, there have been no birdies today on the 13th.
catches a little bit of the trees, but Henna, whew, I'm so glad that that stayed in bounds for her. That was a really nice shot.
Maybe it's this next time.
Use the hill. That's exactly what
So the format of this tournament, we'll head back to New London tomorrow, get into the woods for the final round out there, and then we have 2 final rounds out here at Ivy Hill. So we'll have 2 more chances to make up some strokes.
We'll check in with world number 1, Kristen Tatar, on the 18th. She's 1 over par, even on the day, throwing her 3rd.
Yeah.
And so she will get a birdie to get to even par through 2 rounds here at the World Championships. It's going to leave her 11 strokes back of Handley. Salonen puts it under the basket. Tap in par remaining. Natalie Ryan gets it to stick on the left side. Another birdie. Take a look on the Zuka replay.
This is so crazy. It's very far on that left side, but dropping quickly, sits on the edge for a minute and teeters back into the cage.
I feel like that putt misses 9 times out of 10. But a nice break there for Ryan, and up shot for Murch. She'll have a tap in par.
What? You did 100%. Didn't mean to at all.
Silva with a look.
Come on.
There it is. Silva Sarnen, birdie on the 13th, the first of the day.
That looks so smooth from her. The rhythm and just the way that she released it. Not a ton of effort, but everything timed out so perfectly.
Here's Henna for her birdie. Cannot convert. 4th circle 1 miss for Blumroos, and that one hurts.
And it just goes to show you what a good thrower she is, to be in the position after missing so many putts. She's still in contention.
Holland in for par. And some tap-ins for par. So Murch remains 2 shots back. Henna is at 7 down, 4 shots back of Handley. Weatherman for birdie, and in. What a round she is having out here. She's tied for 3rd. She's 5 under on the round. And talk about skillful golfer at such a young age. For her, with her power level, to be 5 under here at Ivy Hill is incredibly impressive. There's Kristen Tatar. She's going to tap in for a birdie here on 18, close the day with 3 out of the last 4 holes with a birdie. But is she too far back? We've seen her make some pretty epic runs, Val. She was 7 shots back at the European Open going into the final round, and she won the tournament. Can she do it again here at the Worlds?
From what we've seen of Kristen, I have seen her do the almost impossible. And so I think still with 3 rounds left, it's plenty of time for Kristen to shoot those rounds that we've seen. She's shooting these historical, incredible rounds, but today, not the best. I mean, she does get under par. It's better than what happened yesterday, but it is still not looking as confident as we know she can be. We will see what happens. I mean, it was so recently what she did at the European Open. She wasn't even in the conversation in that final round, and then all of a sudden, I wake up the next morning and go, wait, Kristen won? Incredible.
I had the exact same reaction. I couldn't believe it when I pulled up the scores when I woke up in the morning. There is Kristen sitting in a tie for 12. She did climb 9 spots up the leaderboard. 1 under, not a bad day, but so much more possible. She was just not sharp off the tee and took way too many out-of-bounds strokes. She's going to have to clean it up quite a bit if she wants to win her 3rd straight World Championship. Another clean tee shot from Weatherman. Now Natalie Ryan.
Our big throwers can go for the green on this one. That willow tree is guarding the landing zone.
3 birdies today on 17. Haley King, Sarah Hokum, and Hannah Wynn. To the 14th, Blumers.
And these players are throwing to a blind landing area around the corner. That's right in the middle of the fairway for Hannah.
Start to feel the physicality of this course late in the round. Lots of hills, 3 par 5s in the final 5 holes.
Are you getting tired, Charlie?
Oh, I'm feeling great.
It's exhausting watching these players hike up and down the hills. This is one of the flattest fairways that we have.
I think we need to come clean to the audience, though. We both went out and saw this course, but we both took a golf cart.
Yeah. It's funny to hear in the press conference, actually, course designer Nate Heinold had yet to walk this property. He had always taken a golf cart around, and a lot of our players actually had the advantage to take the golf cart out on the course to practice, unless it was the day before the tournament started. The grass was a little bit too wet for players to take the carts out.
Well, I also heard players are getting a little going rogue with their carts. GPS-powered carts that won't let you drive out into the fairways or greens. Interesting. Val's Keys for Closing, presented by Black Ink Discs. Here they are.
Got to stick to the game plan, especially on hole 17. Are you going to be aggressive and go for the green? Do you have the distance? With all the OB, you have to rely on, hopefully you've practiced that plan B. What happens if you go out of bounds? What are you going to throw? Do you know the distance on an arid shot? And leave a little bit in the tank. You still got to climb downhill to hole 17's basket, and then 18 is a climb all the way back up to the top of the hill where the clubhouse is.
Oh, what a rip from Salonen. Ryan on 17 at the drop zone after going into the water. Looking at a bogey.
There's a lot of space on this fairway. It still requires that accuracy if you want to give yourself a putt for birdie. Emily's going to be at least 40, maybe 50 feet from the basket. So this second shot, if you get a lot of distance, that's really going to allow you to have a more controlled touch shot as you get up to that elevated pin. And Holland, another OB throw.
And a big mistake to leave it out of bounds. She went out quite early. She's more or less throwing from where she just threw.
This disc just goes flat. Understable disc, released flat, does not have the hyzer angle or the height to come back in bounds.
It's the 7th OB or hazard stroke for Handley this round. And her lead is dwindling. The players behind her have 6 under and 5 under rounds going. Holland just 1 down on the day. Merch in a solid spot.
One's external spin.
Cat currently 2 back from Holland. And I want to go down to Nate Perkins real quick, because Nate, we watched Holland look so in control yesterday and for most of the start of today's round, and it just feels like we've started to see her kind of lose control of some of these shots. What are you noticing from Holland right now?
Dude, I'd give you like this stake and up wherever you'd like to take it, yeah.
Yeah, some of the decisions have been a little strange, and her misses have been just on the wrong side of the fairway each time. I mean, this one I feel like is her biggest miss so far. I mean, there's just so much room left, and if you do miss, you want to make sure you cover ground so you can get up and down for par. So she's clearly dealing with something in the mind to keep her from thinking clearly.
Seeing some of the mistakes from Holland today. She's thrown plenty of great shots. She's hit some nice putts, but also some big mistakes.
Yeah, and it's kind of on both sides of the fairway. That was an early release there, keeping her so far to the left, and then sometimes that out to the right.
I just wonder if she chose the wrong disc here, because look how much fairway there is to the left.
Yeah,
It's
I
almost
think
inexplicable to go OB on the right.
yeah, something more stable would have really. You wouldn't have to think about it too much. It didn't have to be such a controlled shot. Just a big hyzer from her would have gotten into a good distance.
So going out of bounds pretty early. Puts herself up near the base of the hill. Is going to have an opportunity to putt up at the hill from there if she wants to go for it. So this will be a par putt up the hill for Handley coming up.
And it has to be frustrating for her to be making these mistakes. These are kind of silly mistakes, whether it's the wrong disc choice or just the wrong line to begin with.
Here's Weatherman's third. Can she get this to go from 80? No. So Weatherman will putt for par. Here's Evelina putting for birdie. This would tie the lead, but she will settle for par. Evelina 0 for 7 from circle 2 today. Sarnen's third.
Gonna hit low on that hillside. Not a comfortable distance to be putting from.
And there's, unless you're all the way up there, almost certainly an uncomfortable angle to be putting from. So interesting looking at the hot rounds today. Evelina, Haley King, Natalie Ryan, Haiti Lina, big arms. And then Emily Weatherman up there at the top as well as Henna's disc starts to roll away, and we hope it doesn't roll out of bounds as well. It's trickling towards the line and it does stay safe, just barely.
I think if she had the chance to throw that again, I don't think she would have made any changes. It's the matter of just maybe you hit the wrong rock as you came into the green.
Third shot for Murch. Birdie on the menu.
She tried to get that close. Still going to be a lengthy putt uphill. And it is just so steeply uphill. It's got to be really strange to release the disc when you're trying to throw it straight up at the basket like that.
Natalie Ryan took the bogey on 17. Here's the tee shot on 18.
Told you I didn't think I could hit
That is safe on that side of the cart path.
So let's take a look at the green here on hole number 14.
It's already on this very steep slope, and then they have these stone staircase all the way up to the basket, so you want to avoid hitting that, which is basically right underneath the pin. But then the whole hillside is kind of sprinkled with these rocks, so you can get really unlucky by hitting the rocks and kicking down and getting a huge roll like we saw from Henna.
This is her fourth. And the rocks giveth and taketh away. This time a nice bounce for Henna. This is for par from Hanley. Likely just trying to lay it up on the rocks. Well done. But it will be a bogey for Handley. And she is going to drop into a tie for first place. She's had the solo lead for quite some time. But Evelina is at 10 down.
10 down for the tournament, 6 down for the round, and a clean scorecard. Not a bogey for Evelina with 2 holes to play. And another roll. This one also stays safe, but look at how far it goes, way outside circle 2.
Absolutely brutal.
And she was in that weird distance where it feels silly to lay up from there, but because of how treacherous this green is, it might have been the smarter play. Now look where she has to take her 5th throw. And to think, Charlie, this is where the World Championships is being fought. We could see our leaders getting crazy rolls like this when it comes down to the final round. And, you know, the strategy of these players, they're really going to have to think about how aggressive they want to be. Do they need to get greedy and go for a putt? Because these greens, it can really make all the difference in how you would play this course.
So much variance here at Ivy Hill, and Evelina is the only player in the field that is bogey-free. Evelina has gone out of bounds twice, but managed to save the par both times. Murch can't convert the birdie. That would have given her a share of the lead, but she'll be a stroke back. So Cat cards the par. Holland will tap in for bogey. So she drops back to 10 under into a tie for first with Evelina Salonen. Hannah taps in for par. And Silva will bogey. She drops to even. Starting to see that flag flapping in the breeze. Hearing some wind for the first time on the broadcast. Here's Weatherman on 17. There's a layup area in front of the water. Emily may have come up short.
Even Evelina, she's got the distance.
And that slides OB left.
Yeah, that was not a great layup. She could have gone for the green, like we've seen some of our big throwers, but she fluffs it on this upshot, leaves it so short of the landing zone. And we were just talking about how clean she's been, and did have 2 OBs, but saved herself.
How about Deanne Carey from distance on 18, in for the birdie.
What a way to end the round. Fantastic putt.
She's in 25th. Here's Weatherman's second shot. And that goes out of bounds. So her first shot actually in, but the second shot goes OB. Nice tee shot for Blumroos. Blumroos, 4 birdies in a row from hole 6 to 9, then 5 straight pars. A couple of missed putts along the way. There's Evelina laying up from the drop zone on 17. She'll have a short putt for bogey. Murch to the forehand.
Got a few claps, so that tells me that it could be in bounds, but that did not look great out of her hand. OB lining the left and the right side.
Clean tee shot from Saarinen. Well, Holland Handley has not birdied since hole 8. 3 bogeys since then. Needs to refine the rhythm. It's a good hole to do it on.
It's easier to find that inbounds when you're throwing at sharper angles. That allows you to bring it out over the out of bounds and work the fairways.
Weatherman for bogey. Comes up empty, so double bogey for Weatherman. It's going to drop her back to 7 under. Taking a little steam out of a great round. Ryan in a good spot to attack the green for a birdie. There's Weatherman in for the double bogey. 8 birdies today. Salonen in for bogey. She drops a stroke back of Holland. Ryan gonna have a tap-in birdie on the 18th.
I think that was lucky it didn't catch a single branch on the way as it was riding that right side. Any tree hit, I think that would have stayed out of bounds. She knows it too.
Ryan in for birdie. So she finishes her day 5 under. She's 6 down on the tournament. And that gets Natalie Ryan up into 6th place.
Tying the hot round of the day, currently held by Haley King. Evelina still at 5 under with 1 hole to play.
Bunch of players sitting at even par. 10 strokes back. With 3 rounds left, do you feel like they're still in the hunt for a world title this year?
Anything can happen, Charlie.
Certainly seems like we could see some big stroke swings out here at Ivy Hill.
But then thinking about these players that they don't have a world championship under their belt, and that is the biggest title of them all. You know, it's different than a Disc Golf Pro Tour win. It's different than the other majors. The world championship title holds the biggest pressure. And so to not have that experience, nerves are going to come into play. And that's why I say anything can happen. As crisp and clean as Holland looked in the woods yesterday, today we're out in the open and she's starting to make some errors. And whether it's nerves or just a little lack of focus, it's hard to maintain that focus throughout the whole week. So we'll see what the battle continues to be with these players.
Hannah leaves it short. But still a great position for a birdie. Might have a long look at eagle. Great overhead look from our Flight Factory drone. Flight Factory is celebrating the 2024 World Championships with 20% off all Calvin Heimberg discs, apparel, and accessories. Support Calvin and many other pros at flightfactorydiscs.com. Sarnen's third. Pretty far right.
She did not like that release.
There is an OB line over there. Didn't see if she snuck back in, but it is safe. We're getting word. Birch is fourth.
An interesting way to get up to the basket.
Why not just throw it in?
Did not
so
expect this.
close from Murch.
crazy.
Straight at the chains. Well, nice up. And a little shrug from Kat. Hanley. A little short of where she'd like to be, but putting for a birdie. Katie Lina got the eagle. 15-footer. This for eagle for Blomroos. Surprised not to see a little more aggression with the backstop behind. Well, no, it looks like Silva is out of bounds. Oh, no. But it does... No, it crosses the line, clearly. That's just heartbreaking for Saarinen. And it just feels like some of the putting errors have then compounded with extra strokes beyond just the one.
And she almost made that putt an inch higher, and I think that would have been inside the cage. But these slopes, again, feeling like layup may have been the better choice on these last two holes. She's being very aggressive with her putter.
Crowd looking for a reason to cheer, and Silva knocks it down, but more adversity for the Finn. Holland, this would be her first birdie since the 8th. To get back out to a 2-shot lead. Well played hole here on 15. Henna to get into solo 4th.
This is just outside the bullseye, but it's very steep up to the basket. Good power.
Mertz drops in for the par. Tied for second with Salonen. To the 18th, Salonen. Friendly cart path skip and great position for Evelina. That's safe. See the inbounds area carved back out to the left. Holland Hanley, 2-shot lead. Final shots here in the round number 2 coming up after this.
good thing coming, and it's all I need. Everything I wanted is in front of me. It's a good, good.
Alan's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the World Championships continues. Weatherman throwing her second shot on the 18th. I believe that is an inbounds area. That is not a hazard sand trap, just a patch of dirt. So good spot for Salonen to attack for birdie.
Yeah, she's probably maybe 200 feet from the pin. It's uphill the entire way, but she's now around the corner in the final stretch of that fairway.
Well, let's take a look at hole number 16, the par 4.
Well, 16, you can see from the course map that the players are starting out throwing in the OB area, trying to get back into the golf fairway. There's a chunk of the fairway that's marked OB. It's kind of notched out. So we'll see how far the players want to get to that OB line. There's an area over on the left that you could land in, but I doubt anybody's planning on landing there. Second shots, head over to this wide open area. There's not a lot to talk about on the golf green. It's pretty wide open and reachable for these players. They just got to keep it in bounds. Over on the left side is going to be the easiest chance, bringing less risk into play.
Demanding distance hole, only 15% of players taking a birdie. Hannah going to ask more of herself for the second shot.
And with this fairway being so wide open, the players need to pick the point in the sky, maybe a tree in the distance, so that they hit the height perfectly. There's not a lot lining the fairway. So knowing what disc you're going to throw and how much stability it's going to have as it fights back, it's going to be really important that they get the line off of the tee dialed up accurately. Holland going with the sidearm. And that's a placement shot right there, just short of that OB line.
Ideal for Holland as we go back to the 18th for Weatherman's third. Safe. Wasn't going to be on the green anyway. Just fine. Weatherman playing for par. Murch.
the slow flying disc that she chose, so it didn't have that sharp skip at the end.
Third shot for Evelina. Just outside the bullseye, putting for a birdie. Silva finds the OB. Too much on it. Weatherman, fourth shot on 18. Just really playing so smart all day long. Picking her spots to attack for birdie, playing for par where it makes sense. Couple of mistakes, of course, but the only real major error on 17, approach shot going out of bounds left.
4 OB or penalty strokes on our scorecard today. And that's some of the fewest that we've seen on some scorecards. And she had some really great putts too, now that I'm thinking about her round and just the highlight moments that she had.
Fewest OB strokes today, 2. Hannah Blomroos OB twice. Macy Villa-Diaz OB twice. Most people have 5, 6 penalty strokes. Well, it looks like Silva Saarinen is re-teeing. Nate, can you tell us more?
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought that she cut a piece of that inbounds corner off, as did some of the spectators behind me. Perhaps this is just a provisional, just in case she didn't get a spot up there, but I think the card will discuss whether or not she did get a piece of that.
So potentially just a provisional. Thank you, Nate. We're going to take a look at a replay of the first tee shot that ended up out of bounds. Did this stay OB the whole way? Ooh, that's close. Did it clip that corner? Let's take a look and maybe slow it down as it comes across this corner. Does it go over the inbounds?
Yeah, you start to get that shadow.
You know, it's a very difficult angle to make a decision. If I had to say from here, I think it never crossed in.
Yeah, that was really close. And they probably had the best view from behind the tee pad as they line up down the fairway.
Circle's edge. Blomroos looking at a birdie.
Yeah, big surprise. Yeah.
That's a really nice shot from how far back she was.
And this hole is 731 feet. So a couple of average distance throws and you can get yourself up near the pin. The difference between her tee shot and then that provisional shot, it's hundreds of feet. I mean, she put so much power on that tee shot and sent it sailing into the OB. That provisional shot left her so short. A lot of room to recover from.
Yeah, mine made a battery on the fairway of 18.
Circle 2.
And I could see those pine trees where the spotter was. I think that's what's preventing players to allow their disc to turn over, carry over OB maybe a little bit, or push that OB line to give them that distance to get to the basket in 2. Saw Kat drive, go out there, and then Heiser really early, leaving her short. But of course, hitting those pine trees, that can keep you out of bounds. So that's the biggest error you want. Biggest error you want to avoid. Excuse me. You'd rather be short left and have the opportunity to be putting for birdie.
Too high, dude.
Oh, it's a big miss from
So
Handley.
freaked out about turning shit over that I'm just got hit.
And it's going to stay safe, but way off. And you heard her say that she's afraid of turning it over. We've seen a couple of those mistakes today.
But you can't. I know why. You know you can't because of that.
And gentlemen, please watch your feet as we cross this
Well,
string.
Nate,
Let's not
it
trip
was
over
kind of a
break.
surprising miss there from Holland because it was so far offline. Are you surprised by what you saw?
Well, she threw, pretty much a chip forehand to that OB line, and then it was the same shot minus 50 feet into the green. And with the way that this, green is shaped up, I feel like it's a forehand all day, and it takes those pine trees that Val mentioned completely out of place. So another, what I feel like is a decision-making error on top of the execution error.
Saw Evelina miss the putt on 18, so she'll take a par and close out her day 5 under, 10-15 rated for now. She is 2 shots back of Handley. And we're going to get a chance to hear from Evelina right now after she put together one of the day's hot rounds. Here she is.
All right, Evelina Salonen joining us now. 5-down effort at Ivy Hill. First attempt in a tournament. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. It was fun, and I think I played solid and had a couple bad putts, as always.
Talk about Ivy Hill in general. Everyone seems to walk off that course just drenched in sweat. Is it a pretty tough course to walk?
Yeah, there is so many hills, and it's a long course, and I think caddy is helping a lot on this course.
Talk about what types of discs you're throwing off the tee. I feel like a lot of people are throwing some distance drivers, some fairways, some mids. It seems like there's a good mix. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's mostly Thunderbirds and Destroyers.
Evelina, we're going back to New London. How are you feeling about that course and your chances about scoring better tomorrow?
Good, I like that course and can't wait to play there.
Short and sweet, Evelina Salonen, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Always in great spirits, Evelina. And, she has to be considered one of the clear favorites to win this tournament right now, considering that she's 4 strokes better than Holland here at Ivy Hill today. Salonen just comes up short on the bogey putt. It's been a tough day for Salonen. Murch. Remember back at the beginning of this round, she hit circle 2 putts from 34 and 65 feet.
That was 10 plus hill climbs ago. These players have to be feeling it, getting toward the end of the round, losing some momentum. It's going to take so much endurance for them to fight through this whole weekend and to be on top every round.
Yeah, just to power up these longer putts. Blomroos for birdie. Gets it to go. Henna from downtown. First circle 2 make of the day, and it's for a birdie and a share of second place.
That makes up for some of those very short missed putts today. Incredible.
Handley in for par. But after such a great tee shot, a missed opportunity for Handley. Birch in for par. Hannah Blomroos now 2 shots off the lead, tied for second with fellow Finn Evelina Salonen and Kat Murch. 2 holes to play for our lead card. Hannah from circle 2. You bet.
Everything changes. Life changes. Seasons change. And your personal style changes too. Luckily, your Zuka can change with you. One frame, with a lifetime warranty, can stick with you through thick and thin. And if it's time for something new, just swap out your insert to match the new you. Match your style and let your Zuka grow with you.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
I'm here with my 2024 Team Series Proton Tesla. We have the Hummingbird. If you're looking for a straight, reliable fairway driver, the Tesla is an absolute staple in my bag, and I think anyone could use this on the course.
Well, get ready for the 2025 season with our exclusive Disc Golf Pro Tour Season Pass. It's your first chance to secure spectator passes at the best price available per ticket, offering unbeatable value for all 2025 events. Season passes are limited and only available until the end of the 2024 season, so do not hesitate. Go to dgpt.com/tickets. Scan that QR code right now. Choose your flavor. All right, we're ready to go down to hole 17. We'll throw it down to Nate Perkins. This is a tricky shot. Nate, tell us about it.
Oh, extremely tricky here. I mean, we've got 15 feet front of the basket, maybe 22 behind it. We're gonna have some potential layups here, and Hannah is gonna try and lay it up and just holds onto her fingers a little too long. Never crosses in. She's headed to the drop zone. I doubt we're gonna see Holland lay up, and just as she's stepping up to the tee, a little bit of right to left wind here. Oh, and she is laying up. She's just gonna skip one to the center of the inbounds area. She'll have 150 feet left. Merchanator lining up the forehand. She's going standstill. I think we're seeing a layup from her as well. Oh, she held on to it. That needs to hyzer. It skips. Oh, it's going to be so close. I think it's inbounds. Oh, yeah, we're getting the green flag down here.
On the line.
All right, I guess we're seeing 4 layups, guys. Silva, stand still. Wow. All right. I'm a little surprised to not see anyone on this lead card attack. I mean, it is a dangerous green, but as we saw, the layup is not guaranteed. Charlie, what do you guys think?
Well, it's pretty interesting. You know, only a couple of birdies here today, just 3 players getting the birdie. I feel like maybe just the risk reward a little bit off. Players opting for the safer play, knowing that they can get the par, whereas we already saw players take a quick bogey when they went for it. Natalie Ryan ended up OB. But Val, I'm curious for your thoughts here on 17. If you were on the tee pad, what would you do?
Oh, well, I'd lay up. But that's me. If I had the arm of Holland Hanley, you know, I could give it that chance. There's some backdrop of the willow trees that you can use to kind of slow a disc down if it's coming in too fast. But the safe play is to lay up. Then you have to focus a little bit harder on your approach. But knowing that most of the field is laying up, I don't think it's the worst choice.
Nate, do you think the play is to throw straight at it, or do you want to try to bring something around the right side?
Yeah, right side has that willow and then that cypress. It gets a little dangerous, but I personally like to skip off the water.
Just blast it down there. We'll see later today if any of the MPO players try the skip shot. Murch on the green.
So if you did end up going out of bounds off the tee shot, you can go to the drop zone or you can re-tee. So there's no chance of going from the tee, crossing inbounds and taking it from way up near the basket. So that might also be coming into play when these players are making the decision to go for it or lay up.
Not even scared, she says. Silva chasing the chains again. And Henna from the drop zone. On the green. So Blummer's looking at a bogey. Well, Val, as we wrap up here in round 2, we've now seen players tackle both courses. Just curious for how you feel like players have held up and who's feeling like they're looking good in both locations, which feels like a kind of a prerequisite to win a world title.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed with how they played this course. There were so many tee shots that I looked at and I couldn't even imagine what I was going to throw. So very risky course. I think they've kept it together. And even Holland, with the mistakes that she's had today, I feel like she's really kept her mental side in check. We know that sometimes she can get a little hot-headed, let her frustrations build up, but she is looking very calm. And I love what she did in yesterday's round in the woods. Things were clicking, made golf a lot easier for her. So I think Holland's still looking really good.
Murch in for par. Blumrus for bogey. Henna splashes out. It's going to be a double bogey for Blumrus. And just a moment ago, it felt like finally a breakthrough with the putter and gives it right back on 17. Well, Val, I asked you if you're going to go for it here if you were playing this hole in 17. You said no way I'm laying up. But if we flash back to the 2016 World Championships, I'm not sure that I believe you, because this is what you did on an island hole where you can lay up.
This was the final 9. I had one more hole to play. I knew if I didn't get it on this island, I wasn't going to win Worlds. And it was back 2016. I had waited years to be in a moment where I could be into this position to win a Worlds. And so it was all on the line. And maybe when we head to the final round on Sunday, these players might be in that same situation.
Well, as we welcome you back inside of our broadcast booth, Val, that was an amazing moment. Just remembering being there. I was just off to the right-hand side, watching from the kind of the gallery there as a reporter at the tournament, and I couldn't believe that you went for it and stuck the island. And I can't remember. Do you remember what your lead was at the time? 2 or 3 strokes, something like that?
I don't know. I knew I was in the lead,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to let go. And I remember, you're in this different mindset when you're so focused. And normally, I'm waving, I'm kissing babies, I'm signing autographs. And I just remember staring at the ground thinking, I am not going to let another world championship slip between my fingers. And so that's the kind of focus you need. You need to be 100% committed. And sometimes it takes that risky shot. You have to do it, even if you're out of your comfort zone. But you got to let the stage and the scenario kind of set up for you. You can't be greedy all the time, but sometimes you have to.
Well, you won those 3 Worlds in a row, late 2000s, and then 7 years later come back and win again. And, you think about some of the players who have an opportunity like that this week. We've been talking about Paige Pierce, who's, she's 11 shots back right now, I think, and it's going to be a stretch for her to win again, but it's now been 5 years since she won a world title, and with 3 rounds to play, it still feels within reach. It was cool to watch you that whole week hanging around and then finally taking your opportunity to attack. And I think it's going to make hole 17 a lot more interesting down the stretch when players maybe have to go for it instead of being able to lay up. There's the most major wins all time. You're still at the top.
And it's interesting. I remember the conversation all week long in 2016 of people. I wasn't even talked about. I wasn't the top 2 players battling it out. But in my own mind, I was like, yeah, I'm right there. And so maybe that's what Paige is thinking this week. It's still within the grasp with 3 rounds to play. This is way right.
Maybe some grip lock there from Murch. It's well out of bounds. And Murch has not birdied since hole 7. She's parred every single hole since then. She's been hanging in there, but not able to score much today. Well, coming off the double bogey on 17. This is a very birdieable hole for Blumroos.
So much angle, and she goes far OB on the left side.
And a long look down the fairway from Blumroos. And it's just got to be frustrating. She double bogeyed, or excuse me, she triple bogeyed the first and then played so clean. Holes 2 to 16. And then the double bogey on the 17th. She's 2 under on the round, but now out of bounds here on 18. And that's some of the fatigue perhaps coming into play down the stretch.
And for Henna, she has to rely on those great throws. She is the best thrower that we have with distance. She's so accurate. But when you start to see those throws go a little bit offline, she now has to rely on other parts of her game to kind of make up for those strokes. So you see that extra moment standing on the tee pad, the frustration of just disbelief maybe that she threw it out of bounds on that left side. But we are on the last hole of the day, long, grueling round. So it'll be nice to finish this round for her. I think she did put up a solid performance, but it start to unravel here at the very end.
Guys, I'm getting hungry. Just bear with me. Good Lord. Huh? No. That was bold if you were really going for a roller. It makes sense. Brain is very smooth.
Well, it's a great chance right now for us to check back in with Nate Perkins down on the ground. Nate, just curious for your thoughts on what we've seen today and kind of the first time we've seen FPO in competition here at Ivy Hill.
Well, yeah, I'll be brutally honest here. When I hear golf course for Worlds, I'm like, man, that's kind of unfortunate, but definitely not feeling that now after seeing the first day of competition here. I mean, they really utilized the elevation here perfectly, and there's not really a dull hole out here. It's extremely difficult and certainly a true test to determine the best disc golfer in the world.
And I'd agree. I think it's such a stereotype of when people hear golf course, you think flat, wide open, boring. And then you head out here, Virginia. We're in the hills. We've had so much elevation to deal with, and it has made this course so interesting. And not only those kind of obstacles for the players to deal with, but all the roped out of bounds has really come into play. We're talking about Henna's spot, where she's going to take it near that OB line.
I think there's a lot more precise and technical shot making required out here compared to a typical golf course layout.
Yeah, you really have to read these slopes and understand the angle that your disc is flying on and how it's going to land on these hillsides. At 18, you still have a lot to think about on these second shots.
So Henna gets a move on that disc and is going to have a chance to get up and down for par.
It was a great throw from Holland. She kept it nice and flat, and yeah, exactly. She is thinking a little bit too much when she was making those errors, and she said, just stop thinking. And she let her body do the work there, and that was a beautiful throw.
Fourth shot for Murch.
am the youth.
That's all if you feel at 22.
20? Yeah. Bro, I turned 30 in like 3 months. No, you don't. No, you don't. What the heck?
She's kind of old.
Remember how does it feel? Because you don't look 30.
I have no qualms about it. I feel 22.
You look 22.
I get a little wrinkles around my eyes a little bit, but
I got to like.
I'm moisturized now, so maybe that'll help. This is great content.
Yes, this is what the people want. You for real 21?
A little age chatter. Holland, a relative newcomer to tour. And back at the very beginning of our broadcast today, we saw kind of her progression through 2021 through now. And that's basically when she started as a professional and hadn't been playing disc golf much longer than that. Kind of one of the COVID converts. It can feel like she's younger than she is, perhaps. Well, and there it is again. Seeing how much better she's gotten through this year, and an opportunity in front of her to win her first major and her first world championship. And there's going to be a lot of work left to do. 3 rounds to play.
And there's going to be a lot of moments where she's going to have to fight through some frustration like she had to do in today's round. And so that experience is really building up for her. She knows what it takes to win a tournament.
Well, a really well played 18th. She's got a short putt left for a birdie. Trying to get yet another podium finish at Worlds after doing it the last 2 years, but a podium isn't going to feel good enough this year, I don't think. When she did it in 2022, at the time, that felt like a big achievement. She was way off the lead from Kristen. Last year, still a good result. This year, she'll be thinking about what if she only finishes in 3rd place.
And especially what she did yesterday, coming out just on fire after the first round. Today, she's held it together, but the potential now is a battle. She's going to have to battle her way if she wants this win.
Holland Hanley will still be your leader at the end of round number 2. And she's going to have very likely a 3-shot lead, the same one she came into today with. But it does feel like the rest of the pack has started to catch up a little bit, and it's certainly going to make the next 3 rounds very interesting.
I think it's orange first. Yeah, definitely orange first.
Here's a tip for all of you at home. If you're throwing uphill, make sure you throw the farthest, or at least don't throw the shortest, because that means you're going to be throwing first. After a long hill climb, you're going to be out of breath. So whatever you do, try and throw farther than that last guy. See how out of breath Holland was, and not much energy there behind Silva's putt.
It's just not Silva's day. She's going to finish the round 9 over par. She's dropped 18 spots from 3rd down to 21st. It seems like it's been a little bit of everything. OB strokes, putting woes, a lot of frustration. 10 penalty strokes for Sarna today. Hannah not even close. Merge for bogey. Solo third and a spot on lead card for tomorrow. So Murch will wrap up a 1-under round. She's 8 down for the event. Holland is in for the birdie. A nice finish for Holland. 2 under in the last 4 holes. She will have a 3-shot lead heading into round 3 at the World Championships. Silva in for bogey. I beg your pardon, that was for a par. And it's Hannah that's in for the bogey. So Hannah will finish her day 1 under par. She's 6 down for the event. 5 shots make it 6 off the lead. So Holland Handley, despite some ups and downs today, still has a 3-shot lead after the first test here at Ivy Hill. Tomorrow, back to New London in the woods. And then on the weekend, 2 rounds here at the golf course. And so Evelina Salonen in second place had one of the best rounds out here today. But Holland still holds the advantage and, of course, had the better round at New London yesterday. Takeaways from day 2. What do you think?
It was fun to watch. It was as exciting as I expected it to be. I think that players, in their practice rounds, it probably took a couple of rounds for players to feel comfortable on this course. And now we're in the first competitive round, and we saw the OB come into play. Even though players look so solid, maybe even the first couple of holes, the OB creeps up on them, and you have to fight through no matter how well you're playing. You have to always be aware of the danger out on this course. And it was really exciting to watch, and it's fun to see. Now the battle is closing in, and it's going to be a battle till the end. I'm expecting to see it.
Every player took bogeys today. Every player went out of bounds today. And dealing with that mental pressure of those errors when they come, which we're certain to see again on Saturday and Sunday, is going to be a big part of deciding the world champion here in 2024. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, Tournament Central, interviews, breakdown, and more. We'll talk to Nate Perkins as well, so stay with us here on the Disc Golf Network. Round 2 in the books here at the World Championships.
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Running a Birdie Derby is a great way to engage your local community and discover new discs in a ready-to-go package. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product. I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
An important part of getting a PDGA membership is helping grow the game. Membership dollars are used to bolster competition of all levels, from local C-tiers to majors. Tools like Digital Scorecard and Tournament Manager help events run seamlessly. Your PDGA membership also gives you access to Disc Golf Network coverage for select events and a 50% discount to their full coverage package. Help grow the sport and get started today. Visit pdga.com/join.
Discraft built for flight. Built for flight.
Welcome inside Tournament Central. Beautiful day here in Lynchburg, Virginia. And if you want to come out and watch next season, you've got your first opportunity to get 2025 Pro Tour tickets. So you can sign up for one of these season passes, gold, silver, or bronze. Only 500 total available. You can see the various options there on the right-hand side of your screen. So scan the QR code or go to dgpt.com/tickets to get yours today. Well, someone you're going to be able to watch plenty of if you get yourself a season pass is Evelina Salonen, who put together a really nice round today. For a while, had not taken a single bogey, and really super sharp off the tee all day long, Val.
Yeah, and as expected from Evelina, she's got such a powerful throw. She can be very accurate, and so I imagined her excelling out here on this course. For her to judge that distance on an uphill shot, I mean, I don't think she's worried too much about clearing a lot of these OB carries with the tee pad on these elevated pins. Really, it comes down to her making putts, and she did miss a few today, and you heard in her interview, yeah, as expected, but once she can get putts on, that's when she really becomes a serious threat on the course, because all of these throws are just so good.
And then you wonder, would 5 down, if she did it twice more here at Ivy Hill, as she did today, be enough for her to win a world championship and get her second major of the 2024 season after she won the Champions Cup back in April? She got 5 birdies through the first 10 holes, then played mostly even par through the back 9, just the one blemish on the 17th. And it's a chance now for us to hear from Evelina. Let's take a listen.
All right, Evelina Salonen joining us now. 5 down effort at Ivy Hill. First attempt in a tournament. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. It was fun, and I think I played solid and had a couple bad putts, as always.
Talk about Ivy Hill in general. Everyone seems to walk off that course just drenched in sweat. Is it a pretty tough course to walk?
Yeah, there is so many hills, and it's a long course, and I think caddy is helping a lot on this course.
Talk about what types of discs you're throwing off the tee. I feel like a lot of people are throwing some distance drivers, some fairways, some mids. It seems like there's a good mix. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's mostly Thunderbirds and Destroyers.
Evelina, we're going back to New London. How are you feeling about that course and your chances about scoring better tomorrow?
Good, I like that course and can't wait to play there.
Short and sweet, Evelina Salonen, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, well, there's some thoughts from Evelina. You know, we really watched her feel very in control on this course, I felt like. I mean, sure, she missed some putts, but it felt like a very sustainable 5 under today. And I think, you know, if she picks it up from Circle 2 in particular, she could shoot 7 or 8 under par out here.
Yeah, it's a thrower's course, that's for sure. Because when you get to a lot of these greens, sloped green, even our best putters might choose to lay up because the risk is so high. And so I think it really helps to be so confident in your drives, because that's going to ensure you're landing your disc in bounds, or if you do have the power like Evelina, you can get a little bit more on those drives to make those second or third shots a little bit easier.
You know, it's interesting, right? We also watched Emily Weatherman today put together a nice round, and she did it in a very different style, right? There's holes that she basically can't get a birdie on, where Evelina's thinking, I can get a stroke on the field, and she still was able to put together a really nice round. A little bit of a blemish there on 17, but otherwise just great stuff from Emily Weatherman.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see how she plays. And for those players that aren't at that elite distance, that can have that distance advantage, they need to make sure they're throwing their shots perfectly. So you're not getting that distance, but you need to make sure you're keeping it in bounds. And that's how you're going to make up strokes on the field.
Holland has a 3-shot lead. Not nearly the same round today as she had yesterday. So what do you make of what we saw from her today, and kind of what it might tell us about what we'll see from her moving forward?
Well, this has to be such a fun course for Holland to play. She's got such great distance, and for her, she made some decisions today that maybe she'll make some adjustments in the coming rounds if she finds herself in similar position. There's a lot of holes where you're carrying OB, and you can get really bad placement if you're not coming back into inbounds areas. But I feel like Holland was able to talk herself through it, and I think that shows the experience that she's developed over the last few seasons as a competitive player, because that's what's going to allow you to make up for those strokes and get over the frustration.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the lowlights here, but she had plenty of highlights as well. They just weren't flashy. I mean, when she was getting birdies, she was parked. She was tapping in 5-footers, so it didn't feel like she was doing anything explosive. But that's because when she was on, she was putting the disc right under the basket and able to put together 6 birdies on the round. 2 under, not a bad round at all out here. It's still going to come in rated right around 1,000, currently 996 provisionally. And we know what she did yesterday in round number 1. She was the only player to get eagles on the course, and she threw shots like this on hole 7.
And you can't be scared if you're going for the big shot. OB on either side of the fairway gets to a spot we've never seen anybody throw. And the more that they get these competitive rounds in, they'll be able to adjust their game to, maybe be more aggressive or maybe let up a little bit. But when there's an opportunity to score, Holland stepped up to the plate in yesterday's round.
Just a casual tap-in eagle there on the 9th. Impressive stuff from Handley. That's her scorecard from yesterday. And if she can do anything like she did in the back 9 again tomorrow, and she can clean it up in the front, I mean, what's possible out here for her? She could shoot 12, 13 under par.
It's tough to follow up because it seems so easy for her to do. She didn't force anything to happen. I hope she has another very smooth round, but it's going to be tough to top what she did in round 1.
Well, we're going to hear from Holland right now after her round number 2. Let's send it down to greenside on the 18th.
All right, we're here now with your leader, Holland Handley. 2 under par today, but a lot of OB out there. Talk about the round from your perspective.
Yeah, a lot of OB out there, which I expected to get some OB. The frustrating thing was I was going OB right a lot on my backhand shots, which it's really hard to save par when you do that. And I think that's where a lot of my bogeys came from. Also, I was kind of just throwing really hard to start and then kind of second guessing myself. Whereas yesterday I did a pretty good job of turning that off and just making an adjustment without even really thinking too much. And then at the end, I kind of remembered I don't need to think too hard and that I'm good at this and everything's gonna be okay.
Well, Holland, can you expand on that a little bit further? You said you're going OB right. How are you able to mid-round fix that, or is that just out of your control? Is that any part of it decision-making gone wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just have to keep trying to make the best decision that I can based on the information I have. And at one point, Tyler told me to stop asking him what I should throw because when I'm doing that, usually it's not a good sign. And then at the end there, I wasn't asking what to throw, and I did fine on 17, got the birdie on 18. So it was a good little confidence boost at the end.
Well, are there any moments out there where you're going to change your game plan after making a mistake today or after seeing how it played in competition?
Yeah, a couple spots with some downhill shots where I want to keep the disc a little lower so that I can match the grade of the hill and get the distance and the push that I need. A couple spots, like I think on 9, I'm probably going to throw maybe more of like something a little bit more overstable. 10, I'm probably going to go maybe a fairway just so that if I do get the height wrong, I have a little bit more room for error. A couple little things, and then just not being scared of that left side OB when I'm throwing the back end.
All right, Holland. Well, you're through 2 rounds. You still have the lead. What does that feel like? I know this is still a new experience for you.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves do hit a little different when it's Worlds and when you're leading, but I'm just going into every day like expecting that I might feel something a little different than maybe what I felt before, but that everything's going to be okay. I just need to trust myself.
All right, Holland. Thank you so much, guys. She's 3 strokes in the lead. We'll see you tomorrow.
So Holland talking about needing to trust herself and that she maybe lost trust and was thinking too much and then corrected herself late in the round. Can you relate to what she's talking about there?
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like in that first round, the fact that she wasn't thinking too hard, and that's why the round just seemed so easy. She stepped up, and I kept saying she just knows what she's doing when she steps behind her disc. There wasn't a ton of thought behind it, overthinking things, and that's when you just let your body do the work, and you're kind of in that perfect zone. It's when you start overthinking it, you start to doubt yourself or maybe get a little bit nervous. And I think that's when it really is helpful to have a caddy and somebody that knows you so well to go, pup, 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 hit you across the face and go, just chill out. Focus on your game. You know what you're doing. And I think that was really helpful, it sounds like, for Holland today to get her back online.
Well, it's time to welcome Nate Perkins in with us here on Tournament Central. Nate, great having you out there. Really interesting round number 2. A great chance for us all to take in Ivy Hill. I guess I want you to just give your thoughts really quick on what you heard from Holland just there. I feel like in the past we've seen Holland struggle with some of these mental issues and have it snowball into a disaster round. And that certainly didn't happen today. She recovered nicely towards the end of the round and ended up with a very respectable 996 rated 2 down.
No, you're exactly right, Charlie. I mean, when she started missing big off to the right, it was raising some flags about, her potential to finish out the round. But she showed the grit that she now has as a competitor. And you guys have been talking about thinking. Holland was talking about the thought process out here at Ivy Hill. And you compare it to New London Tech, you don't really have to think out there. I mean, the fairways, they really tell you what you have to do. But Ivy Hill, there are so many moments throughout the round where you're forced to make a new decision based on, where you landed in the fairway. Like, should you go for it? Should you continue to lay up? Where is your miss? Where has it been that day? And Holland was not really making the right decisions early in the round, and then she kind of relaxed. She spoke to Tyler, and then in the back half, she kind of found her rhythm again. But yeah, this course is definitely not something that's it's not obvious what every player should do in the tough spots that they find themselves in.
Yeah, and Nate, you were out there, and we could see it on the camera a little bit, but how was the wind out there in the round? And did that ever come into play, or was it a steady round and it was just the players making mistakes?
Yeah, almost no wind out there. I really can't imagine how difficult this track would be if, the wind got up 10, 15 miles per hour. But what's tougher to see on camera is the grade of some of those greens. I mean, the average grade is like 30%, and then there's some like 14 and 15. Those are like 50%. We saw Silva roll down the hill back to back on the 14th and 15th, and I think that's going to be something we're going to see pretty often out here. If you're not paying attention to, how your disc is landing, or whether or not you should run some of those C2 looks on some of those slope greens, it gets pretty sketchy.
Well, players have started to kind of come a little bit closer to the lead, it feels like, at least some of the stronger players. Now, I don't know where you want to draw the line as to where people are still in it. And maybe I'll just ask you, do you feel like the players who are down around even par are still in it? I mean, we're talking about some previous world champions like Kristen and Paige.
Yep. Well, we've got 54 holes left, so I would say that they're comfortably still in it, especially when you're talking about a 2-time and a 5-time world champ. So I definitely wouldn't count them out just yet. I think players that are over par, there's no one that's really coming to mind that is still in this. So that's, one of the interesting aspects of Worlds is you start to look down that leaderboard, you start to see some dreams that have been crushed through the first 36 holes, but a lot of golf left. And what do we have? Two more rounds at Ivy Hill. I mean, this is one of the hardest courses that we've seen this year, so a lot can still happen.
Just one more question for you, Nate. What do you think about this Ivy Hill course now that we've seen it played? And I mean, you're talking about how players have to make a lot of decisions. I think that's a good thing about a course generally. Yep. There's also a lot of holes that are extremely difficult. Just curious for your thoughts on this very OB heavy golf course.
Adding golf courses into the tour is when you hear it, you're like, man, another one? Do we need to? But it makes sense for the spectators. But then you come out here and Ivy Hill it's so dynamic. There's not really a dull hole, and there are so many spots where players have to make decisions, and that's hard to do on a golf course. I mean, typically it's just, it's open, you keep it in bounds, and you can have a good round. That's not the case here. There's a lot of different shapes, a lot of downhill, a lot of uphill. So I got to give it up to Nate Heinold and his team for what they've built out here for Worlds. And one more thing as we close this out, I really feel like that was Holland's worst round of the tournament, and I'm loving her attitude right now. I was kind of shocked with the way that she was able to think clearly about where she kind of messed up in today's round. So I'm still big on Holland right now.
All right, well, she's got a 3-shot lead heading back to New London, where she shot a 10 under yesterday. So final parting thought, New London tomorrow. What are we going to see the hot round come in at?
It would be a shock to see another double-digit round. It's hard to replicate, and you really have to be clean off the tee there. So I'm thinking we're going to see an 8 under par by a few competitors, and I'm thinking we're going to see Kristen close the gap a bit.
All right, we'll see if Kristen can find her form as we head back to New London for tomorrow. Thank you, Nate.
Yep, thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Val. See ya.
See you later. We'll see you tomorrow morning, and it's time for the OTB shot of the day. I have one in mind, but what do you got?
I was thinking about we saw some huge putts from Emily Weatherman. I know she wasn't on our lead card today, but some impressive stuff. And then we had an ace run.
Oh, yeah.
Silva Saarinen, and that, I think, was the closest call that we had seen on throwing it in from such big distance.
Trying to win the Innova Ace Bounty. I'm going to go with Kat Murch's putt on 3 from outside 60 feet. So here we go.
Huge.
OTB shot of the day. Let's roll it.
It's always fun when you have multiple options to choose from. There was some good golf out there.
All righty. I'll take the W. Kat Murch on hole 3. 65-footer for the birdie. And this really set the tone early. Murch going 3 for 3 to start her round. 5 birdies in the first 7 holes.
And
she did not birdie again.
The swagger that she had walking up to that pin. Looked so confident with her putt.
Harvard Universe. Well, hoping for more birdies tomorrow. So join us this afternoon. MPO coverage with Terry Miller and Nate Doss begins at 2:45 p.m. Eastern. Brian Earhart out on the course. That'll all get kicked off with Tournament Central. And then we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern for the FPO round number 3 back at New London. It's all live right here on the Disc Golf Network. World Championships Round 2 in the books. It's presented by Zuka. It's a PDGA major, and Holland Handley has a 3-shot lead over Evelina Salonen heading into round number 3 of 5. For Nate Perkins and Val Jenkins, I've been Charlie Eisenhood, signing off here from Lynchburg. We'll see you this afternoon at 2:45 for MPO action here in Virginia.